All right, I think I resolved that technical issue. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever and wherever you are, my friends. What's going on? Alex here, getting ready to do another breakdown of today's reviews. Absolutely looking forward to it. Cannot wait to see what the rest of you did. A 10-hour stream yesterday. We did a lot of submissions, and I'm definitely, definitely looking forward to seeing what's next. So let's do that. I'm going to go ahead and give it just another minute or two and let people wake up and see that the stream's coming in. Technically, the notification doesn't go out till 9, so we have about 10 minutes of idle time. But I don't want to just spend that waffling about here. So maybe I think what I'll do is I'd like to go back to some of the games I've already rated. A couple of the ones that I knew that didn't get the light of day that they needed to. And or any ones that I need to make an adjustment to this morning before we begin. As many of you were aware, hey, I appreciate you joining us, JJ. If nothing else, it's good audio backdrop for just in case situations. No, I understand that you've got bleeding downtime, so enjoy it as you can, my friend. Enjoy it as you can. But yesterday, for anyone that was watching, absolutely saw me roll a bunch of games at the end of the night. There was for me, there's this point where as you go through these things, you kind of it's almost impossible not to become a little cynical about it. And the reason is, from the standpoint of review, there's so many times where it's hard to tell whether someone actually put effort into it or they're just like just messing around, playing it up, just trying to get somebody to click on their game for whatever, whatever is going on. And that annoys me. So if anyone feels like maybe I was too harsh on their game and it was serious and I should review it again with a more serious attitude, do feel free that you should reach out to me. There was just a lot of ones where I felt like it's hard to tell, and it's not an attack on your development skills. It's not an attack on anything like that. But I am approaching this particular jam to sort of figure out how to balance all of that and underneath a particular scope of scrutiny, specifically. I'm looking at these games as in who put in the most effort, who polished them up, who did what I would expect them to if they were taking their jam as seriously as possible. Like I took a whole week off. Yeah, I took all 9 days off to do this or to do that jam. Between me and the other developer, we did about 288 hours in our game. And there's so much you guys didn't get to see, and it makes me so sad because we put our heart and soul into that, and then the last 6 hours our game code broke. I haven't touched my project because I'm trying to get it in the hands of Gdevelop. He didn't, but I will 1000% check it out right now. I have been wanting to play that game, and I'm so glad that he fixed his page. I was going to review it today anyways, because I felt like my initial approach on it, I thought about it. I had a whole night to stew upon it. And upon reflection, I feel like there was more I could have done in that moment that later on I became pretty lenient about because I was just tired. And so some games might have gotten judged a little preemptively based on my first reaction to it, but I really don't have time to engage in people that are going to get banned from the service. So I'm really hoping that most of these guys did what they were supposed to do. They followed through. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I did. Yeah, I did review this. In fact, I gave it pretty high marks. I didn't comment on it though. Did I comment on it? Oh, I did. In fact, I'm annoying and I commented twice. Yeah, it's all right. Early on, I wasn't thinking about it, and then later on, I got fed up with dealing with like trying to vote. But anyways, I think we'll start the day off with something strong like Bird and Bone. So, if you I don't know if you want to reach out to him, I'd love to actually review his game. Somebody else asked me to review their game last night. T-Man. Cube Boy, I think, was another one. I'm just reading up on a couple comments before we jump into the 9 o'clock show. Thank you guys for just hanging out here. Yeah, I think we'll have to do it on Discord. I'll reach out. I'll see if I can't reach him now. Okay. Um. Yeah. Hmm. That's unfortunate. I would really like to get a hold of this person. Didn't you at them? Didn't someone at them at BDJ? BDJ7217? Well, Golden Gaming. I don't understand ever what you're saying, Golden Gaming. By the way, I've been kind of ignoring it because I just don't understand what happened. What? Like, excuse me. Okay, let's go through this. We have a lot to do, so I'm getting prepared here. Yeah, same, same. I really wish that whoever was here, or I wish that they were here. I don't know. I posted in Big Game Jam if anybody know who made Bird and Bone. Of course, we have their itch name, but it's not linked to their Gdevelop profile, which I need to do myself as well because that's actually a clever, good way to help people get in contact with you. I would like to see that Gdevelop implement a more social feature. Maybe that's just me. What do you guys think about that? I've been thinking about this a lot, and I feel like if we had some better profiles in the actual engine itself, as an engine development. I am actually planning on. No, it's hey Wesley, thanks for joining us, man. I appreciate you tuning in and putting me on as background tunes while you're going about your business. That was a pleasure to talk internet history with you yesterday. It's super funny. It's something weirdly that I'm passionate about too. Um, but yeah, I do plan on making a devlog about my jam entry. It's actually going to be the last game I review before I before I'm done. Uh, and so what I was gonna say though about the profile system before my train of thought gets absolutely blown out and taken off track. Uh, I I said that. I said those words out loud and I manifested it. Where'd my brain go? Alex. Hello. Profiles. Okay, yeah. On profiles, I think it'd be really cool to not only see, of course, what we're doing now, but I would love a way to interact with other developers. I want to be able to reach out to them in a way that lets me contact them via Gdevelop, because Discord is unreliable in that way. Everybody who is using Gdevelop and has a profile, I feel like would benefit from some contact form, a way of actually interacting with each other. Actually following other, a little bit of, I mean, social profiles, right? That's a little bit of a hazy area. Where do you draw the line on how much you put in a profile? I think a short bio is absolutely appropriate. Your own, a couple links, maybe something out to a link tree, or something simple like that. Followed by a direct message system, maybe, or a follow notification system where profiles can actually post something that makes the program. And I feel like this would be more of a Gdevelop company sort of build asset. It makes me want to dive into the actual repository and dig out, like looking into the actual build and seeing if I can't help with some engineering in the back end, because I'm a front end developer, usually front and back, I guess. But usually I work with like React, JavaScript. I just feel like, because Discord, okay, when we're working in this industry, Discord is not really social media, right? It has no SEO value. It has no real place in the industry. And right now, Gdevelop is or not Gdevelop, Discord has decided, they made a recent announcement that they're reverting some of their changes, and they're going to be going backwards towards isolating their main focus on those who are gamers. So they're going to be putting in like the guild system and more, and they're going to be focusing on making it really for the active competitive player. And Discord's going to start being kind of dissected a little bit, and we're going to see that take a blow to some of the social elements of that platform. But there is no real value beyond Discord itself. It's a great communication tool, absolutely, but there's an assumption that everyone uses it. Most people only use this software, of course, for notifications that they can't otherwise avoid. And otherwise, that's kind of it. Other than keeping up with other people and following some stuff, there isn't really another place. But as we know, for us old souls that have been around, all these things have come and gone. Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, and they're still around, of course, but they're shadows of the former days of having to pay per slot per person as server. Technology's changed so much. Voice protocols have changed so much, right? But going from an infrastructure of all of that and digesting down what Gdevelop is and how it can be utilized to continue to outreach to its actual community. The people that aren't just using it for the engine, they want to be social, they want to see other engineers, they want to network. Networking is the most powerful tool we can have in this industry, period. In the digital industry at all, it's about being connected. It's about knowing where to be in the right place at the right time. And that's a skill in its own right. It's a lot of research to be an actual, like involved in the industry, other than just a solo indie developer who makes a hit or something. To actually be involved, it takes a lot of work. Keeping up to date on the trends, knowing search engines, knowing all this other stuff. But I feel like for the value of the engine, to have some way of unifying all of the community in one place, no matter what, is to offer that anytime you create a profile, or maybe only, if it is a taxing element for the system, then assign it to those that are supporting the engine first. Isolate it to them as your test group, let them test it out, make sure that socially it makes sense, and then let it go. Hey, you are being hunted. You are being hunted in the most positive way possible. But anyways, I just think it would be so amazing to see Gdevelop take on a little bit more of a social nature, where we can, because I don't want to use Twitter. I don't want to use Twitter. Don't make me use Twitter, Gdevelop, please. I don't want to use Twitter. I don't want to use X at all. I don't want to Zeet. I don't want to Zoot. I don't want to use it. What am I going to use next? Mastodon? I don't want to do that either. So I'm a big, like, community management is like huge for me. Community is so powerful to me. It's not about the many is about the few in my perspective. That's been my whole education process. I'm super passionate about it. I've made it painfully aware, unfortunately, in the actual advocates chat, that I will die on a hill that I don't understand if it has anything to do with social nature. Okay, well that okay, see, that's pretty cool. I didn't think about that. Which is funny. Anyways, so let's jump into that. Let's jump into this. Anyway, so to not digress from the show's actual purpose here. Thanks for chatting with me about that. I'd be very curious if someone could point me in the right direction. I want to talk to the UI engineer. What is her name? She's amazing. I need to talk to her. She would be the one that I need to talk to help me understand where to look at in the code to start working on an extension or some evaluate. Louise, I don't know. That's a Does it read like evaluees? Looney. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. All right, let's do this. All right, everyone. So at 20 minutes, I waffled around for 20 minutes. But the last, yeah. Let's let's jump into this. Let's go look at Bird and Bone. I really wanted to check it out before. I was a little salty at the time about the lack of representation. Woo! That I don't want that. Let's make sure that that's not updated. I don't want any of my text rolling through the front of my screen. What is that? Please don't ever do that again. It's my own fault. Anyways, hey, what's going on? You miss waffles? No, we're gonna go Bird and Bone. All right. Hey, that's you. Yeah, it's all right. None of that stuff bothers me. That started. I just had to make sure that it was an appropriate message because if not, I was gonna shut down my stream, delete it, and restart. You just don't know what's coming through. I didn't even check who it was from. Thankfully, my wife. Thankfully, my wife. All right. I get spammed sometimes, some weird stuff. Like, you have weird friends. Everyone has weird friends, I usually use my phone only for business or I really, I'm not a social person in that way. So normally, it's usually business, but a couple of my really wacky friends have my number. And sometimes on Windows, like a meme will pop up. You don't know what it's going to be and you don't know where you're going to be. We all have those friends. All right. So anyways, let's jump into Bird and Bone. I was very excited to look at this before, but the thing that caught me off guard is there wasn't a link, and I was being a stickler about making sure everything was present for the development team. I want to see everyone have a real opportunity. As long as uh, I want to see it blind. I want to see it blind. And the reason is I want to process this from. Okay, so just to introduce you to myself, hi, my name's Alex. I've been working in the industry, in the gaming industry now for the better part of 8 years. Now, well, I mean, at large, the last 10 years for sure. I started in esports when I was a kid before esports actually was a publicized thing. I used to carry my CRT monitor to events all over the United States, and eventually I went semi-pro in Counter-Strike, traveled the world, and got to play a lot. After that, I had a kid and decided to go into publications in the gaming industry. And my love for video games has been a very steep passion of mine. I've worked with Wizards of the Coast, and I've written not only article content, but also written modules for Dungeons and Dragons. So Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons. I've worked on the team for Games Workshop and have helped produce and publish Warhammer 40K models, including doing the voiceovers for those studios. I've been in the industry for a while, kind of working behind the scenes, but I've also done live streaming and had a pretty successful Twitch channel for a long time before I shut that down due to a contract issue. But anyways, so that gives you a little bit of background on myself. I am a professional user experience developer, so I create and work with studios that need assistance in creating accessibility and equability in their video games. Meaning, I'm the guy who tells other people that they forgot the colorblind options, they forgot to put Braille on their building, they forgot to develop for people who have one hand or who have other disabilities. So that's and make some great how-to videos on Gdevelop. Yep, you're right. That I also do that. One of my passions is education and mentorship. And so I spend a lot of my time with all of you because you're immensely important to me. And I want to take that time to give every one of you a fair vote in this trial of Game Jam. And so I am starting to refocus myself. I really enjoy pixel art. I've been doing it for 15 years and realized that I also have the capacity to be a developer. So I found Gdevelop recently, about 3 years ago. Recent in my life, I'm 30, so you know. And through all of that, I am trying to provide as much feedback as I can for those that are present on YouTube, that are hanging out and want their game fairly reviewed, not only by someone who's worked in publishing. I've worked with Green Man Gaming as a community manager on game releases. I've worked with millions of users at a time on Discord for major titles. And so being that I've been present in those things, I feel like I have a good grasp of what publishers are looking for. And so, and not only that, is I like to look at, as a publisher, what games would I be interested in, what games has potential, and it really was a valid game entry. So I've been pretty critical about everything, just to prepare you. Sorry, it's another 5 minutes of me warning you, but I feel like that context is necessary if you don't know who I am, but it sounds like you kind of do. So let's jump into this because I really wanted the opportunity to talk to you about this. I was kind of sad that I didn't get to see you before, but I don't want to keep you up any longer. Let me stop waffling. So, to be fair, I like that there's some tippy taps. We are just getting started, Graphic. Don't you even worry about it, my guy. Don't worry about it. We're here. We're having fun. We're relaxing. That's what we do. Clayton, I also saw you come in. Oh, yeah. Lugging around a CRT was... And my mouse, when I started eating esports, was a roller ball. Okay? My mom was a competitive Quake player, and so we've always had a computer. My mom spent $2,000 on a Intel Pentium 2, like 1.4, 1.8 gigahertz, 1 gigabyte of RAM, and 6 gigabytes of storage. It was like $2,000. 8 gigs of storage? Huh? You know what you could play? Nothing. You know what you put on that? You still had to use floppy disks. All right? You still had to use floppy disks. Yo. No, I also came from the family that was my mom. I lived in a pretty rural community. I grew up in Hollywood, the Los Angeles area in Hollywood. And I was sent over to my mom in northern Washington for a lot of my life. And so later on, you know, I spent the latter part of my years there, and I lived in a really rural area, and we lived in a very farming based community, and so I turned kind of into a country kid for a while, and doing all of that, and I got really rooted in my community. So when the internet came out to the rural area, we had to do like basically like early satellite, early like wireless, you know, radio tower sort of stuff, and clearwire, clearwire I think is what it was. We had to like keep it in the window. We had like one bar, and my mom was a computer tech in the 80s, you know, and so what a journey we went on. My mom, though, when the internet came out, was when AOL was sending out those CDs. I'm dating myself right here, and I know that this will probably make Wesley laugh. But when those AOL CDs came out, I was young enough to the point where, like, I see we're playing StarCraft online, we're playing Quake at home, we're playing Diablo 2. That was the era that I really grew up in, and lots of Warcraft, stuff like that. And my mom would send me out to collect all of those AOL CDs, and I had like Oh man, the AOL went on a campaign, and no one was going to use that in the rural community. So everyone's friends and family just had loads of discs. So I racked up every disc I possibly could, and I had stacks of AOL CDs. I had free internet for years. For years. I wish I could make that up. For years. Anytime I wanted to play a game online or something, my mom was like, yeah, just use one of your AOL CDs. That's why she did it. She made me go out and collect them all so that I wouldn't bother her and use her, basically use her internet. So I would just like plug in the CD, and the CD would give you a temporary amount of internet time. And that was my internet allotment as a kid. I used it very wisely. Oh no, AOL CD, as in a physical disc. Um, Back when I was a kid, when disk drives first came out, you would get AOL was a internet service in America, and um, they were well. There's a lot more to that, but effectively that. And rudimentarily, you needed to have a provider of internet, of course, to be able to have internet. And the way you access the internet was a little bit different. And in that regard, though, you could get temporary internet pretty much anywhere if you were connected to a dial-up, and a dial-up connection, which was a phone line. Still today, people still use that jack in America, anyways. DSL, but all the same, it would you would get a CD, and it on that would give you a trial up internet. And if you collected enough of those actual physical discs, don't make the modem sound. Anyways, so tangent. I have ADHD. Welcome to the channel. If you guys want me to focus, you got to stop talking to me or tell me to focus, right? If not, I enjoy talking to you guys too much. I really do. I love this interaction. I love hanging out with you. I love just spending. I appreciate you're spending your time with me, genuinely. But I do want to review this so this guy can sleep. Yeah, let's do this. Out of respect for their time, let's do this. Okay. All right. Bird and Bone. I was so excited to look at this. So excited, and I was worried that it wasn't going to meet the jam requirements. It tripped me out, but I'm glad to see that it does, and I'm so excited to look at it. It's one of my, one of the ones I saw along the way that stood out to me, and we did launch it yesterday, but I couldn't justify playing it, and I wanted to. Oh yeah, procrastination. It's our number one skill. All right, let's go. Bird and Bone. I will say immediately, the first thing that caught my okay, wait a minute. Why did that happen? Okay, so there's some point in here, right, that the bird is supposed to be staring at something, but you have a double statement. One of your frames is wrong. That's what's happening, I think. Or you didn't have, or one of your trigger onces is firing strangely. Because that shouldn't be what's happening, right? Unless that's intentional. But that doesn't seem intentional. Anyways, sorry to point that out. I like this, though. Yeah, I thought it was a frame in the animation. That's okay. That polish is kind of, that sort of mistake is to be expected in this sort of stuff. I really like this. It's very clever. This sort of stuff reminds me of what made the Nintendo 64 so fun, The N64 was one of the, really started introducing interactive menus and start screens, and that continued on for a while. And you don't see, you don't see that sort of interaction very often, and I find that that's very charming to me. So, points on that. I love the presentation. This is one of the cleaner, probably one of the cleanest user interfaces I've seen in the beginning. However, I'm lacking credits, and I don't like making assumptions about what you've done. However, I would like to see maybe... Yeah, I figured that you had some influence in Nintendo. I feel like that's pretty obvious. In this journey, I've been really digesting a lot about artists and talking about it along the way. With what I understand, so I could definitely see how that was an influence. I really like this masking. Um, I don't know how to do that. Um, Also, those feathers are adorable, by the way. The feather particles, so cute. But you ran out of time. I see. Let's do that on the polish, yeah? Let's see that come. That basically happened to me too. I really vibe with this. I actually want to learn this technique myself, and I'd love to talk to you about it. It's marching cubes, I think, is what's happening here. I could be wrong, but this looks like marching cubes. Some sort of marching cube mask. That's then erasing. Yeah, that has to be it, right? Anyways, that's genius. I'm trying to digest how you would do it in Gdevelop based on my knowledge, but I no, I think this is marching cubes, guys. I mean, just by the look at the way that it kind of organically is moving. It's a displacement model. It is Mark. Yeah, let's go. Alex is good. He knows his stuff. Let's go. uh, I thought so. So very cool. I'm immersed immediately. Um, the tutorial, they're lacking, right? I don't think did I get a tutorial, guys? Woo! Hey, man. Okay. I don't like that. Is that the stability part? Oh, no! Okay, very Mario of you. I like that. Hey, can we not do this, bird? Ooh! Very interesting. Okay, that was actually a bullet. You dingus! Oh, I'm dead. There's no way I don't die from that. Yeah. Okay. Was Joust part of your influence at all? Did you play Joust? You had to have played Joust. That explosion was so Joust, it wasn't even funny. I'm waiting for them to tell me. I'm like looking at the screen. If they ask me what Joust is, I'm gonna cry. That's adorable. Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm on fire right now. This guy knows exactly what I'm talking about. I love that. I love that. That explosion, the sound effect, very Joust. The way that some of that stuff moves reminds me of Joust. And that's a classic game. Classic. Impressive. Even if it's subconsciously impressive. Let's go back through this one more time. I am having a very hard time finding something to critique about this. And I've had a lot of things to complain about, haven't I? It would help in my case if I actually spent time collecting the coins like I'm supposed to. Woo! No! Oh, Lord! Don't. Oh, that's a coin. I need that coin. I'm gonna die again. Wow, worth the play for sure. I feel bad for not taking the opportunity when I had the chance. Last time, come on. Oh, I died. That sound effect. Okay, 4 coins. Are you just making fun? Whoa! Okay. That's funny. Hilarious. I made it farther than I did last time. I will say, you probably had plans for this. I can clearly see where you wanted the leaderboard to go into play. That distance would have been a perfect leaderboard. A perfect leaderboard. and that would have absolutely put your game on the top level. I don't think it's mobile supported, but I didn't look at it. Let me know what categories. I didn't see 3D. I didn't. You can shoot them. I didn't even try to do that because I was trying. I figured it was all physics based. I would have eventually figured that out. Indeed. But because there's no leaderboard, that's the one complaint I have. I feel like and maybe it is if you beat the level. Maybe you just have to be better than I am. Okay. I would suggest that immediately that's the first thing you work on as soon as you can to get back. I'm trying to see. I know that I just jumped into fire, everyone, but I was trying to see how strong the jump and whatever make it. I don't know, man. That platform is a tricky beast. I feel like there's this part of me that feels like I should still be able to jump through the platform, if that makes sense. Like underneath, I know that it's supposed to be this rotating platform, but is there a way to make it a jump through? Because I feel like when you get trapped underneath it, that takes away from the fun mechanic, maybe a little bit, at least in the very beginning. Like right now we're using it as blocking, which works for me, but because it's not a pass through, not even the enemy can really chase you. And I feel like at that point, what's the point of even having the enemy on the screen? Would that be possible with the physics? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it would be. So what I would recommend you do, right, is you use the physics on the object. No. So what I would suggest, there's a couple ways that you could do that. Yeah, sure, maybe. But what I would suggest you do is actually create what I do in my tutorials is I create another object that is a 2D collision object, right? And so you can move that one instance of that object around. So if it's a tileable sprite, not a tileable sprite, if it's an actual sprite, not a tileable sprite, that's the same length and width as your graphic. So what I would do is import the graphic, like upload it, and then go into Piskel and remove it, save it as a new sprite that's just empty, right? But the same exact size, or build an outline like a box. Rotate it to the exact same angle as its parent, so bind it to each of those things. Don't use the collisions at all for the physics. Use the rotation of that collision box. I would imagine the outcome would be the same. It's the same sort of rigid body, right? It's the same sort of collision. So in that way, you can actually assign it the platform behavior with pass-through, and then problem solve. You get the graphics you want, and it's the same feature. You just have to figure out how to bind those two things together. That's the way I would go about it, and that's the simplest way I could think about it. But yours is also potentially an option too. Not just for the player, but at least maybe bullets, or if you want bullets to be blocked by it, that's a mechanic. I'm trying to think of like overall longevity of something like this. What would wear a player down? And getting stuck, even Mario, when he gets hit with fire and he's like, what? And, flies up in the air in Mario 64. He passes through things so that you can land on something. I feel like being trapped underneath it, although is a perfect thing to have happen in a setting like this. But if I was to give you critique about what I would want to see before you present it as a technical demo or an early access to any title, would be that level of polish. I want to see that have a mechanic. Nothing should have one use of utility. There should be multiple actions per thing. I don't think enemies can shoot you through the platforms, can they? I didn't feel like they did. Let's go inspect that. I absolutely adore the graphics on this one. Absolutely adore it. And did you do all this yourself? I didn't actually ask that for clarity purposes. So I can just stay on this guy and just basically... Wait, does that hit the platform? Oh, it does. Okay. I love that. I want to see if that gets blocked by the platform or not. It does. Yeah, bullets get blocked by the platform, guys. Is there an end to this level, by the way, or is it literally just distance? I think it's just distance, which is actually a great mechanic for a game jam, so well thought out. This is a really clever way to interpret all of the things that we were talking about before, everyone, like, over the last couple of days. This slaps on so many different levels. I'm glad that JJ was so persistent about me playing this. And I'm glad I gave it the opportunity, because I knew that it was good. I just thought that maybe you're going to get disqualified for some technical reason, and I didn't want to spend that time yesterday, but I'm totally fine making up for it today. Because I do believe in a fair balanced system. I do think that the pass-through would be interesting, but not necessary if you could only on, like, hit animation pass through it, you know? Like, if you're on fire, allow the player to bounce through it. I mean, that's, like, maybe even the easier option out of everything. When he's on fire, when he's during that animation time, allow pass-through. And then after the y-axis is above each one, toggle a boolean to collision true or something, you know? I don't know. I don't know that you had already uploaded it to Gdevelop, right? I love this though. This wacky, interactable, goofy. I'm so interested in the way that you managed to do your physics and everything. So cute, man. Like, well done. The eyes are really good to me. The art sprite for me on this one is so powerful because most people, one, you have a clear command of your shading, which I really appreciate. You can tell kind of who's a more experienced artist by the depth in which they draw, and you present 3D on a 2D plane in a really good way. So kudos there. The eye choice is really good for me. It brings a lot more character. Like, it brings a lot more to your character, because everybody else is going to choose black eyes because it's a rotting skeleton, right? But you gave him life. There's life there. You know? I feel like the skeleton's trying to escape the underworld and make it to the top using some weird Monty Python, like, ideology. You know, like, who carried the coconuts? You know, that whole thing. A fully laden swallow, right? Yeah, same here. So let's talk about it. I want to talk about this. Let's go backwards here for a second, and let's talk about Bird and Bone. The representation of Bird and Bone, the iconography that you spent the time to develop and draw. So again, because I was looking away, can you fill me in? The credits weren't clear, and maybe it was in your itch page. If not in your itch page, so the lava loop, that's good. And oh, shout out to JJ. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't see anything. So is this a completely solo project? Did you do this all yourself? Cool. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine the amount of hours that you put into this, at least in concept. So, you know, between Clayton and I, we worked 288 hours mathematically. Like, we got on average, based on the total number of hours, about 4 hours a night for 9 days, which we didn't sleep for multiple days in a row. And then at the end, we didn't sleep. Yeah, it's about 288 hours just between him and I, out of our 4-person team, and we were the programmers, and I was the art director. You know, I did all the art for that project basically. And we worked, and by the last 6 hours, we fell right on our face, and it was the most distressing thing ever, because there were some issues at the end, and some of it had to do with transferring between between two developers. weird, like sometimes an item, an engine, an instance would get corrupted between transfers between two people. And then even though the item was there and the stats were exactly the same, I'd have to find that item, that one specific item, like one object, right? Bring it back into the engine and then set it back to the same exact settings, and then it would work. And it took the last 24 hours to go through every part of our game, and there's still one piece in that entire code that breaks everything else. It's one object, and it, for some reason, it glitches everything out. The text jitters. It now doesn't work in certain ways, and it has to do with these weird corrupted objects, and I just can't find them all. Like I scoured, but that was just one weird thing that happened to us, and we fell right on our face because of it. But anyways, so it is, it doesn't matter how we had, and we were so proud, we were so gushing the entire time, we were so excited, and then the last 24 hours was so crushing. Like this is the first actual jam that I've participated in this way. I've done panels and I've been on voting teams and stuff, but I've never actually contributed to the jam this way because I've always been in a publishing role, right? So the last 24 hours to me, I will talk about this all day because mental health is super important to me. I was so depressed, was so sad. I had hardly slept. My emotions were all over the place. We were literally starting to lose control, I had to tell my other developer to go take a sleep, during this. Like, it's really difficult when you're so focused on this stuff to not beat yourself up, to not overwork. It was actually kind of terrifying. I was watching in real time while watching Clayton's stream. Oh, I did cry. I cried hard, actually. There's a couple nights where I was so frustrated. I had to go outside and take a walk, and absolutely. I just, you have to take care of yourself, but I have the experience of knowing that you have to do that. And I'm an advocate for you taking that time, but I can't imagine doing this Bird and Bone project as a solo developer all the way through. You spent an absorbent amount of hours on this. I would say probably 30 or so hours easily. If I was to put a number on it, if I had to as a solo developer, I would say more than that is probably realistic. I would say at least 30 or something hours. If not, you're just a genius. And then I'm super impressed, super impressed. But either way, I mean, it's still very impressive, right? Yeah. There's a lot of pressure, and people don't talk about it. So take care of yourselves, guys, But at the end of the day, all of your developers. But let's finish this up so that this person can sleep. We've been spending an hour here. All right. In terms of fun and game mechanics, I have to say that everything I saw, was pretty, it was meticulously thought about. I didn't feel that there was any one thing that slipped by me that didn't feel like it belonged in the game. It was super fun. It was creative. Nothing broke my immersion. There was literally the only thing that broke my immersion in this entire project was the fire and the log issue. Even that bird at the beginning glitching, that's a regular, come on, like, I'm not going to dock you for that. That's ridiculous. The not having the credits and stuff in the beginning is a little bit of an issue for me. My sound was turned way down. I would like to see those settings return. I understand that you ran out of time, and I will consider that. That's realistic to me. 6 hours and 23 minutes before the deadline. This tells me that this person worked on it almost religiously. And it feels like they put a lot of time into polishing the original idea, the scope, as you would call it, the project scope, and narrow it down to what you want. So I understand that, even if it's just you giving yourself credit, I would like to see something on there that notifies, like, let us know that what you've done. You deserve that. You deserve that recognition too. And if I find out, like, if I'm looking at assets and I see something that clearly somebody didn't make and didn't give credit for, I dock them immediately because credit's important, and stealing art and stuff isn't cool. We're not going to tolerate that. So let's jump into this. Fun and overall design, I'm going to give it a 5-star. The one thing I considered, it's a 4.5 for me, but I really had to say I had fun. I actually did have fun. That is a game that I would play. I would play this. Personally, I would play this. So this is, and from a development standpoint, that's a little biased, you know. I'm trying to really criticize this, but like I said before, even though I know their technique and what they're doing, that doesn't mean that I've done it. That doesn't mean that I know 100%. This taught me something as well as a developer. So as a design element, something that taught me as someone who's just watching your game, I learned something from this. This is so important to me. Your game, it literally teaches things. Even if you present it well enough, another artist can demake your work because they understand engineering. I knew it was marching cubes based on the way that it was moving. There's nothing else that looks like marching cubes except for marching cubes. You know what I'm saying? It's a technique. What I teach here is a lot about mechanics, a lot about techniques. Being able to see that presented so clearly to me, the game design, there's a lot of inner working mechanics that flow really well together. Sorry, I hiccuped. There's a lot of mechanics that flow really well together. I really liked it. The point, I didn't feel like the audio needed anything more, but it also didn't have the settings, so unfortunately I can't give you a 5-star there. Otherwise I would have, because the audio balance was pretty good. I didn't, even with my, I'm mostly deaf in my right ear, so I have to have expensive equipment that modifies the audio for me, so my audio is always at 200%. I did have to turn it down to 100%, which is what you would all normally hear. And at that level, overall, in my left ear, I felt it was okay. But not having a sound slider when there are so many tutorials available for you, you over focused on something and you neglected that part. That's just true, and it's okay. And you've explained kind of why, and of course, yeah, you probably over arted in your scope and spent more time there, and then they didn't get implemented in the engine because you didn't allocate enough time. This is a learning experience, and you're going to walk away from this knowing that you made that mistake, and that's totally fine. So for me, though, you're going to get that ding there, and that's, I just want you to understand why. Graphically, I have to say, overall, very cohesive, very, very cohesive. Again, there was nothing in the graphics that distracted me at all. Even the weird octopus things didn't distract me. They were oddly colored, but the birds compensated that contrast. Artistically well done. The character pops well. It's not just it's not toggle. You should do a slider for that, but still, there's literally, it would. You, even in the 6 hours you had left, you had, as long as life didn't get in the way, you had more than enough time to get that sound slider in. Of course, I have to judge it based on just what you've submitted, but in my perspective, without knowing more of your story, that tells me you had more time, and it wouldn't have taken that long. I know there's a lot of anxiety on that last day, but it's so important. It is so important. But we're talking about polished works here. I'm being critical on purpose. I have to find something here to criticize a little bit, and in the scope of things, it's pretty minor, right? I'm griping at you, but that's my job. Accessibility issues, innovation, that's kind of based in some of this stuff. But that is not a Game Jam necessarily directed issue. I would like to, of course, you already told me that you didn't do these things, so we're not going to dive into that. Yeah, it looks like you did. You clocked out and probably went to sleep, and that's reasonable. I think the reason why I'm giving you a higher audio score is because it's above standard for me. You put enough polish into the overall sound. For me, a 3 is a standard score for me across the board. If you've seen any of my other reviews, you'll know this is true. Standard submission that I would expect for a Game Jam level game is a 3. That means it's in the middle. You did a middle of the road job. You submitted it. There's a lot of things that you should be proud of, but that doesn't concern me as a rater. As someone who's rating your content, I want to see it at face value. And if you put the normal amount of work into a jam, because that's, if you didn't push yourself too far, then or you didn't, work on the extra polish, you just don't get extra points. So overall, I would say that your audio is above average. You spent, because of the cohesion, Nothing in it distracts me, and that's important. There was no one audio clip that felt too loud compared to the others. All of your audio choice was excellent. Like everything in it, the explosions, the death, everything that you added that sound effect to added so much more to the ambience of your game. That is above standard. But you failed to deliver a settings menu. I can't give you a maximum score. Graphics, clearly better than everything else. Clearly better than everything else. Like, that's without a doubt. I can't argue that. It's amazing. It's professional level artistry. Well done. I would expect, there's nothing in your art that says this person isn't ready to publish their own game. You are more than qualified as an artist. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't even let yourself tell you otherwise. That imposter syndrome, don't let it exist. This is very good stuff. One artist to another, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, absolutely. If I was looking for an artist, this would be the game that I contacted. If I knew that you made it, but there's no contact information, this is one thing. Like, you guys are yourself advocates. I'm not saying you're looking for a job in the industry, but you never know. Are you not open to an opportunity? Let yourself be open for that opportunity. Be teachable, be presentable, take on a small role. I don't know what sort of validation you might need. This is your first game. Blown away. I'm also a web designer as well. That's actually one of my main focuses. So if you need any help in that, I develop in React, JavaScript, Tailwind, CSS. This deserves its own title. It absolutely does. I want to see you continue this, please. Yeah, soon. I understand engineering is a problem. But if you need like extra artistry, or not artistry, but extra help on that stuff, join our community. Level Up with Alex is where I do all the Level Up Society is where I do all of that work. If you're not in there already, it's in the description, and I'm not just trying to pitch it to you. There's a lot of stuff I do there, and I spend most of my time there, working with other developers. We have voice actors and actresses. We have audio engineers. We have other publishing people who've worked in the industry. We have the video editor who works on ESO Danny's. The ESO Danny's a major YouTuber, multi-million. We have his editor is one of my good friends who visits our channel often. So there's a lot of expertise in that community already. There you are. Welcome. You're all right. Anyway, so in all of that, originality, innovation, this is where a little bit it does fall a little short for me. I would say that in terms of overall innovation and originality, I would say it's above normal for a jam entry. It is a 4 for me. It's above average because the cohesion, again, the artistry is amazing, and your graphics, obviously I'm voting you very high on those graphics, but really when I look at this, the art itself is elevated to a point of polish. The originality of it leans a lot on other games that already exist, and that's okay, but it stands apart from itself, and therefore it's above average. If you didn't stand out and you were really cleanly another game, it would be 3-star, even if it was completely polished. If it was such a ripoff that I couldn't give you original credit for it, you'd then get less than that. And so for me in this one, it's a 4-star easy. Unfortunately, this next part is where you really underserve yourself. There's a lot of opportunity in the theme to add a lot of the things that would really make your game worth replaying. Right now, leaderboards and then sound should be the top 2 things that you focus on before you push any more content forward. And as soon as you're done with that, please push this to new grounds. Please push this to new grounds. I think that you will be amazed at the feedback you get there. You want to talk about an active community that also still today, that is still active, that is a fundamental part of the internet history, that is still actively being pursued today, that has active membership that are playing these games way more than a lot of these other platforms. And if you want to there are so many people whose origin stories today that launched from this place. Newgrounds has shaped cinema. Newgrounds has changed media, the way that that animators and creators were able to do. Yeah, there's so much going on there. So in that, this is good. Now, in terms of theme, one, unstable. You absolutely make that. You don't have leaderboards, and for that, there's no challenge. Like, I don't feel that I can replay your game more than once or twice because there isn't someone for me to challenge. And this is actually surprising. I spent a lot of time on your game today, which I didn't originally intend to, but the reason I did is because it is such a gigantic it is a monument sort of game. Unfortunately, the things that normally would call me to a game, in the games I've spent the most time playing, are all have leaderboards. I'm a competitive person, and I want to try to be the best or try to see where I rank amongst other people. And those games have sucked me in, and I've spent a lot of time on those, but I've spent more time on yours today because of those, like, because it was, for me, it was that good. This is definitely in my top 10, I can tell you now already, based on what I've seen. And I've played 100 and something games. So, you know, let's, so on the theme, you slapped in the very beginning with hitting that original theme point, which is the instability of that. You're going to get 1 point from me because overall, I could see how this game deserves all of those features. You know, so it didn't have leaderboards. Is it mobile? I thought you said it wasn't mobile. You didn't have time for mobile, right? And there wasn't any 3D. I don't think there's any 3D. No mobile. And that's unfortunately, like, that's where you're at. You know, that this is unfortunate because it would have been the highest rated game I've given out of 120 titles. It would have been the top rated title for me. And I want that to let that sink in. I just got done telling you I have 10 years of industry experience. I've lived my whole life in this industry. I love this industry. I love publishing. I love being a part of these communities. I've seen a lot of games come my way. I've play tested board games for a living as well. I've worked in distribution centers to distribute games. I've been a part of the industry at large, from board game to video game, in that all of those translations for a decade of my life. This is a very powerful game. You have a lot of potential here, more than most I've seen. Let that be encouragement to you. Truly high praise. I wish I could give you more points, but I can't. If this was a personal rating, you would have 5 all the way down. And I'm telling everyone, I have to not make that choice. I have to be firm, fair, and consistent. That's how we do these things. But I'm gushing. I love this game. I do. I want to see it finished. I want to see mobile support. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know what validation you needed out there. Absolutely amazing. Please don't give up. If you need any help, reach out to us over on Level Up Society. I will absolutely back you up. And if you're ever ready and you want to reach out to someone, I've got contacts, man. You've got an amazing potential here. I'm not trying to recruit you for anything. I'm not trying to say sell your soul in your game. I think that with some education, you could probably self-publish. But I'm a contract writer. Those are things that I try to teach people behind the scenes. I don't want to go too much further into it and oversell my services, but because it's not actually for sale. It's free. I do this for free for everyone. You know, give me your time. I'll give you my time. Okay? But really proud. Like, you should be proud. Amazing. First entry, blown away. Exactly. Clayton just said something that's absolutely powerful. If this doesn't make you weep, I don't know what will. Because if at this point in your time you committed to this thing, and more than anything else, you, my friend, are an indie developer through and through. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the team. Absolutely amazing. Smashed it. Congratulations. I got you. We got you. Listen, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well done. High praise. Seriously. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now also, get some sleep if you need it. Thanks for being here. I don't but come back sometime if you have the opportunity. I'd love to hang out, get to know you a little bit. I love that you guys are joining us here. Um Victus is like way behind in the chat. Way behind in the chat. Someone can let him know that he's not watching live if you want to. Maybe he knows that. But definitely not watching live. I do appreciate if you would hit that notification bell and give me that subscription, but absolutely not required. That's not why I'm doing it. Absolutely not while I'm doing it. I'm on YouTube to educate because I am so passionate about that. It's my passion. It's my passion. It's not my job. It's not my livelihood. You know, it's literally just a hobby. I love this. So I love being able to do this. And Gdevelop is giving me the opportunity to take my expertise to somewhere where I can resonate and I can resonate with other people. And for me, it's about the few that I connect with, not the many. I don't care about how many subscription totals I have. Welcome back to the present, sir. But absolutely phenomenal game. Well deserved. I talked for an hour about it, less than 40 minutes. Wonderful. You should be absolutely glowing with pride. Also, I love that Doctor Who reference. I mean, absolutely. Doctor Who's one of my favorites. All right. Absolutely. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Every effort that you put into this was felt. Every little bit of effort you put into this. It was impossible not to. And we're talking about a game that has no story, no tutorial. Like, there was things, of course, that could have been different, but guys, wow. 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 Okay. So I'm getting texted over here. All right. All right. That actually was emotional to me. Um I want to see this, even like without any story that was directly in front of you, without any of that, at pure presentation level, easy to understand, classic game controls. You didn't need all of that, right in front of you. It was, I was saying that the game needs to have some polish to do it in the long run, but I can see way past that. Way past that. So, what we're going to do today is start in the beginning here again, right? And we're going to keep playing through the games that need a fair shot. It's not fair that all these games are getting shot to pieces. If we have already tried to play it, we'll skip over it. I'm going to start in the very beginning of this list and only do it one click at a time. This game, Radioactive, we've already reported because it's download only. And I get that they have their own situation, said it was too big for upload. I know that that's not true. It's a lack of understanding. I mean, sometimes there are errors, but it's just not how it works. I don't believe that Gdevelop has absolutely any cloud prevention. I didn't see this anywhere in the cloud, but I'm not going to download a game. That's against the whole thing. I don't like that they put their Gdevelop as a download link. That seems silly. That was their own mistake, but I can copy it here. I already copied it. So we're going to jump over here and see if we can play it. That's a little bit of... So we're going to jump over... Wait a minute. What happened? I watched YouTube. That was me. I heard myself. Freaked me out. I was like, what? What sort of inception is this? Yeah, anyways. So they have some mobile control going on here. Is that a tank? What is that? Okay. I died. Huh? I wasn't even dead. It popped up before I died. Like, I didn't even touch anything. I had 3 life. What killed me? I'm gonna go inspect whatever that was. We're gonna do that again. Dude, I died immediately, okay? How is that my fault? Oh, I'm dead. What? What? Every time you press down, you die. You can't... Every time you hit down on the arrow key, you die immediately. And then there's no... Oh, there it goes. So... Oh! I restarted. Oh, I'm dead. Alright. Uh-huh. I don't really feel like there's much to say about that. I'm just gonna leave that one alone. This does not fill me with confidence. This does not fill me with confidence. Oh, I already reported this, actually. I remember that one is reported. This one, I tried to... Oh, this is the one that I closed yesterday on accident. And we talked about how it had weird AI art, or clearly a tire that was photoshopped out of a real vehicle. And then we got to a point where it was unplayable. I do remember this. Absolutely do remember this. Solid Pink, the game. Yeah, really, right? So I'm going to go back on what I said before. When we talked about this, there was a spot where literally the game broke, and if you didn't, you like, it wouldn't even reset if you didn't hit it right and you go backwards, which is a common mistake for users. They bounce off of things weirdly. They don't end up where they're supposed to be. It was unplayable. So, I distinctly remember that. Sure, we can come back to tire trouble in a little bit if the developer's here, because if not, they're about to get roasted. I'll make sure that they're here so we can go through that. Otherwise, yeah. 5 minutes before the deadline, a literal child made this, which that makes sense to me. I could tell that this is sort of a stacking thing. It deserves to get voted on. Oh, Clonk. Please don't spam, Ruben. Please don't do that. Turret spawns to try to take you down. Do not let the green platform fall, or else the game is over. Drag the boxes with the left mouse. This game requires me to have 2 hands to play, which is not cool for me. Use it. So there is W and S and this requires up, down, and mouse clicking. So it requires S and W and up and down and a mouse. I do not have 3 hands. Right? Despite what you think, I do not have 3 hands. Like, what? Oh, I was supposed to, like... What am I supposed to... What is going on? You can't shoot me! Get away from me! I've got money. Oh! Oh. Wait a minute. But why would you build something, right? So my question here... Oh. Nope. Nope. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That right there actually makes me angry. That actually makes me angry because it was amplified clearly. It wasn't just a repeating sound, it was a repeating amplified sound. That is intentional abuse to a player and without any warning or anything, absolutely not. And that kills anything for me. Absolutely anything. This is a deal breaker for me. And from a voting standpoint, if it's designed to hurt someone, even as a joke, it doesn't matter. Even as a developer, like that's not cool. No matter who you are, someone needs to talk to this young gentleman, I assume, and express to them how that is inappropriate. How we don't hurt other people for the fun of it. That's not funny. It's not cool. So 1 star for that. Audio is 1 star. And in fact, actually, from my perspective, this is harmful. I have special equipment. That sound could literally blow out my microphone, my ear cuff, because I have to have specialized tools to amplify my audio, which headphones do not support. It's because I have a disability. I wear $200 headphones. You know how many times I've had to replace my headphones because someone ignorant did something like that? You could not imagine the amount of money that I've had to spend fixing that. It's very unfortunate. And it makes me absolutely irate. I'm not going to vote on this one. And in fact, I have to report it. And hopefully you guys understand why and feel the same way. It's not appropriate. I have it turned down for you guys to negative 33 decibels. I turned my audio up to almost 200% to prepare for this game, and that was a huge mistake. I tried to do it for every game so I can hear it at the level that I need to, and I can generally tell. But that literally made my left ear ring, and then my right ear peaked out. I couldn't hear anything in my right ear, which makes me know that my microphone or my headset was screeching. Because once it hits a certain volume level, I personally can't hear it in my right ear. And so it just hit a level where I literally couldn't hear anything. Uh, this is offensive material. Even though it's hard to say, I would say it's malicious, but it's not malicious in that way. For me, it's actually offensive, you know, clearly offensive. Harassment to others, it's not a physical harassment, but it is a type of harassment, being maybe other, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Blown out audio is not comedy. So I know that Gdevelop's watching, maybe not watching necessarily, but I know that they're looking at all of these reports, and hopefully that one comes through because and then they understand why. It's an argument for sure. We could talk about this all day. I would leave a comment, but it demonstrates a level of communication that helps this game move forward. Absolutely not. I can't justify it at all. I wish that when you reported something, you removed it from your list. There's a reason that game needs to stay on the bottom. What's going on here? A normal game. Did we play this? We did play this. And if you go left, you fall underneath the map and you don't die and there's no reset. I absolutely remember playing this and being also annoyed with some of its controls. No, I distinctly remember this. And I can tell you that it didn't make me happy. I'm not going to touch that one because I remember not wanting to touch it for a reason. I'll have to go back and review later on. Man, there's so many things to pick from here. And without just opening them all and doing what I did the other day, like, this is a much smaller list than there was there yesterday. Hopefully, because I went through and did so many voting, did so much voting. Well, literally one just popped off the list. I don't know which one it was. Normal game. I have to try this again. There's something about this. I don't want. I feel like I wanted to vote, but maybe I closed it. It was one of those other games I accidentally closed. But what? Where am I? When we went this way, we couldn't get up there. When I went this way, I thought there was going to be some way for me to get inside of the house. Yeah, let's see if anyone's in there. Oh, you have to stand there forever. That's why.
Alert, alert. The was in all city and in stabilization. Look for a safe place and hide.
What is this? What is that? What is happening? What is this? Oh, is that like a scene thing? Woo! Okay.
Alert, alert. The was in all city and in stabilization. Look for a safe place and hide.
Like, huh? I'm literally trying, guy. Well, I don't know what he's doing. Power, danger, rule opposite. Ah! Hmm. Is that a chair? Why are chairs in the air? Huh? All right. Let's talk about this. Uh, fun and game design. Yeah, I'll give them a 2. It was sub middle. At least they put some effort into it. And obviously they were. It looks like they're trying to do something. I think another young individual made this game, but what was really clever was the animations, and I like that they tried. And that goes into like graphics and innovation. I think audio, 1 star. Clearly a AI generated voice. Also broken English. Also no credits for anything like that. That's a problem for me. Graphics were at least hand drawn, original and creative. I'll give it a 2 because of that animation, and it looks like they had mobile support and they fit the theme of unstable. I could see that in the level design. It wasn't, the weather thing. I'll give it a low rating. I do appreciate that they tried, but with 6 days left, um, it's kind of hard for me to give them any other credit than that, you know. All right, we're just gonna keep. I'm gonna put that over here. So quick clicking on it. We're gonna open this. We're just gonna start opening some of these so I have them and I don't have to keep going backwards. I'm not playing perfectly normal. Game. Oh, maybe that's the one I wanted to play, not the other one. Let me keep going here. Oh yeah, way less than holy cow, way less than yesterday. That's good. That's good. We're gonna keep moving through this list. Again, another one 6 days before the end of the jam. This is probably a young person's entry. They worked on it for an afternoon and they said, I'm done. And so if you don't put that much effort into your game, Why should I put effort into yours to play it? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to, of course, but it's oddly specific. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I understand. I'm at negative points. I don't think I'm supposed to go negative, guys. It's like... Collect it, you goobers. Collect it, please. Oh, I can move it. Nice. I like that I can't do anything about it tipping. What? I don't understand how the weight works. Huh? Like what? Negative 10, negative 3 coins, like what? Yeah. Huh. Right. Those graphics, or those audio is so loud, but that's okay. I think it has mobile support. Maybe not. I don't know. I honestly, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I took one look at that and went, I'm not sure about that. Like to see the GD that put on there. Drag and place boxes is hard. What? Come on, Alex. Drag to place boxes and try as hard as possible to reach the checkpoints and complete your journey. Alex's dyslexia was getting the better of him. Yeah. Take a look at this. Please leave feedback on GD Games or Itch for the 5th. Number 5 game develop game big game jam game play tutorial. What is this? Wait. Was what? Tutorial? Stop this. I see. None from you. How do I just... I see. Oh, that is definitely going to fall off my ship. Oh! Get out of there! Oh, it's gone. Drat! That was expensive! None of that, please. Oh, now this one's turn. Oh, boy. Okay, down it goes. Later. Oh, that one's gone, too. I'm bad at this game. Checkpoint reached. Heck yes. Apparently all I need is brown boxes. Is this a soda can? Oh, it's a trash can. What is that? I was like, why is there a random soda can here? No! My bot! Okay. Oh. Turns out I'm bad. Now, listen here, buddy. Nope. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're gonna stay right there. You live right here. Knock it off. No. You stop this. And then that one's gone. No! Yeah, I do like that. It is a cool mechanic. It is making me very nauseous, however. That's just a me issue. I get vertigo, and this is giving me vertigo. So not a them problem. That is a health related nonsense for me because yeah, are these like cardboard boxes? Why are they getting wet? Like what happened here? Why did everything turn weird? You know what I'm saying? No, my boxes! What a disgrace. No. Oh no. I just want a little bit of money. Yeah, it's because of my ear. I have Meniere's disease. So my right ear turns off because of the damage that's been done to it. So when I damaged my ear, my blue my blue drum, my eardrum was ruptured, and I have a gigantic hole in it. And over time, a thin film has regrown over it. So every time a doctor looks on my head, they're like, "I can see past your eardrum." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Like, did you ever, you know, blow out your eardrum? I'm like, "Yeah." Mm-hmm. It took me a long time to get that adjusted. You know what I'm saying? Um, let me go backwards. And it took me, yeah. So now Meniere's disease is so because of the everyone's ear is connected to their nose. That's why sinuses, like sinus problems, eyes as well, as we know. So what happens is uh it fills up with like sinus stuff, and then what happens is the eardrum won't collapse. It's like a speaker that you push outwards. Like a car speaker or that sort of speaker. If you take the foam and push it the other way, well, that sound cap gets messed up. The coils can't hit it anymore. The same thing happens to your ear. So my ear sometimes will go out for 8 days at a time. I have to take a special medication that breaks it down because it crystallizes, but not in like an ear, like a gunk sort of way, but like literal crystals form behind my ear, and it mutes my right ear completely. So there's sometimes I could be driving, I could do anything, and just suddenly my ear will go out for many days at a time. And then it feels like, I mean, you can't hear anything. It's like if you walked around and plugged your ear all the time. You can't hear nothing. So it gives me equilibrium problems, which gives me vertigo, and then I just get nauseous all the time. I have to be the driver of a car. I have to be like either that, or I have to be the passenger, or I will throw up. Like I just can't do it anymore. It got worse as I got older, but anyways. So fun and game design. I'll say that I would say that this is pretty clever. It's above average in terms of overall gameplay. It wasn't for me, but I think that it actually the fact that it has so little reports is kind of shocking to me. Or like so many submissions, like so little. I feel like they did a good job at representation. Um, yeah, I can totally see how that fits. I would like to see a mast in the middle, just to add a little bit more art to the project, but that's a different issue. The sound was pretty standard for a game jam entry. Again, no credits really or anything. Uh, so I don't know what they used and what they didn't do. Clearly, they did hand drawn. I would say this is a middle ground. I would say that they probably drew most of that ship uh, by guess. I don't know exactly how much they did, but overall, it looks like it's all hand done. Original, innovative. I would say that this is kind of middle of the road. In terms of theme, it does appear to have mobile support. I could be very wrong there. Unbalanced, sure. No leaderboards. No 3D. So and one more for me because it is pretty creative. So this is just slightly above average. It deserves way more attention, but I think that's why it's not getting voted on. It's not super attractive. The checkpoints are pretty far apart. Maybe I just suck at the game, but I cannot figure out for the life of me how to stop them from rolling around. Maybe separating them originally so that the barrels get like stuck between boxes. That probably makes more sense now. But anyways, I'm gonna save it at that. I feel like overall it's above average. Good job. Nothing really to complain about there. There's a lot of changes that can be done in accessibility and everything else, but overall, I feel like they have a good concept of what makes an indie game, an indie jam game, and I feel like this is a great representation of that. I don't think we need to dive into that one too much. There's lots. I mean, I could criticize a little bit, but I don't think it's necessary. I feel like it's pretty standard. Black Cat, 4 hours before the end, that tells me that either they ran. I hate that. This is not cool. Again, another one of those. This makes me think that they're memeing, and immediately I want to shut down their game. So, not first impressions. I won't judge their game on that, but I hate that. It gives me a lot to know about their personality. So I need to... Wait, what? How am I supposed to pop... How am I supposed to pop the bubble? That killed me. What? Oh, that's like a... What? That looks like Wesley's bee. I think Wesley made that bee for that video he made. Maybe it was Kenny's asset, but I think Wesley made it. That's the game. Really? The hole? I guess this is where I'm supposed to go? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be clicking on. Oh. I don't know what that's doing. Oh, you die. That's literally what it... That's... Okay. Right. We're just gonna be done with that. Audio's blowing my ears out. Fun and creative. I can see how someone might like that. Graphics are hand-drawn. Innovative and creative, no. Theme, 1. You require me to use the arrow keys and my mouse to click on something that is irrelevant when a button could have been used. It requires me to have multiple hands. You know, it requires me to do a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense. This does not give me a whole lot of hope. They had plenty of time. They could have watched a tutorial, gotten more out of it. For a Game Jam entry, it's very subpar. Enough said. Tippy Towers. Hopefully that they're on the Gdevelop platform. If not, they're disqualified. Leaderboard. Huh. I think they asked me to play Tippy Towers. I remember that person's name. I don't know if they were talking to me directly or if that... Oh boy, what is this? Oh, and I literally died first thing. Submit. No, don't do that. That's silly. No, don't do that. Oh my. I was trying to... That's... Okay. There should be maybe a slight countdown thing that lets me know. Oh my goodness. This guy. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Let's go. And I'm dead. Okay, so it's randomly generated. I wasn't expecting that. That's a mechanic that was under represented the first time I played, but that's cool. I mean, obviously, clearly, right? It's an endless runner. I should have anticipated such a thing. Whoa! That went the opposite way. That one caught me off guard. No. Mr. Bean, hello. And then I literally just offed myself again. Ah, okay. Good stuff. Give me just a second, and we'll move over to something else. I just am very passionate about winning this, taking the gold medal here. Anytime where I feel like there's a leaderboard, I mean, that's a big part of the jam, right? Like, that is a big component that they extra bonuses for. I understand why the team decided. I was reading chat and I died. All right. Dang it. I wanted that. I'll come back and play this later. Um, Tippy Towers. Tippy Towers was a fun, interesting design. Sure, yeah, it was about average for a game jam. The audio is okay, overall cool. Graphics, they're all CCO assets, so they're all public domain from Kenny. I didn't feel like any effort went into that. You know, originality and innovation, it's pretty substandard. But I feel like the way that they interpreted it and added some extra elements felt pretty good. In terms of overall design and in terms of theme, they have 1 point for being um there wasn't any mobile support that seemed to be present to me. But it is unstable for sure. It gets 1 point for me and another one for having leaderboards, no 3D. And wait, were those blocks 3D? No, they were 2D, right? The falling cubes. I think that those were 2D. Let me know and I'll do that. Maybe they win more on the theme because they focus more on the themes than they did on anything else. But yeah, overall a little substandard, but I would say well done. Congratulations, you're part of that. We're part of this community. We're going to go back to the game jam section, go to our submissions, and check out Clonk. Yes. Okay, so Clonk is another one of the ones where I was very interested in looking at this game because of the art style. I assume we'll find out here in a minute what's going on. Let me take a gander here and look at this. It obviously has been played and voted on a lot. I'm sure this is going to be a contender for some fan favorites. There's a lot going on here. I can already tell by all of this stuff. It's really hard to talk about and communicate over what qualifies this to happen. Presentation matters. They chose a really good image at the front. I wouldn't say that this is a good title image overall. If I would long term wanted people to click on my project, I don't know. I think that it's the style that catches people attention. The artwork looks like it was. I want to say you use a mouse. Are you a pixel artist that uses a mouse? Or whoever the artist is? I think they use a mouse. Yeah. I feel like the lines explain that a little bit. Very cool. Otherwise, I like the contrast in that image. I feel like in the long-term presentation of Clonk, including the characters, fine, but building up a little bit more of a scene. Obviously, that's not even has nothing to do with your game, just based on presentation. But I think the graphics alone is what grabs someone's attention. Obviously, you have a clear command of pixels shading. It comes through. Oh, nice. It does. Yeah. Not. Yeah. Just because, and unfortunately, I'm not. Yeah. Again, it doesn't express that theirs is better or not. I like that this. I mean, it does require that I have two hands. That's okay. If I assume that you have not considered whether or not people, most of the time in Windows you can go in and change the settings. Sometimes it's nice if you can rebind your keys if you have mouse specific things. I'm talking about end polish, not a big deal. But I talk a lot about accessibilities in terms of and equability in gaming. specifically and in design. So that's something that I look out for. Obviously not a big deal here in a game jam, but let's take a look at this without further ado. The title screen, I understand why you then chose that as your image. Okay, I can see that. Let's go to settings. I do have a sound settings. Clearly, guys, listen here, right? They made a choice. Anybody can do this. Put it in the middle. Do not ever set it to 100%. You're a scoundrel if you do. So thank you for having that. I assume I'm going to check. Did you save that? You did not. That's unfortunate. That file isn't being saved into my local directory. So that means that every time I come back to this game, it won't remember my settings. But that's okay. I would have liked to see that as end polish. That's an end polish feature, not a big deal. But it does make me feel more important and more included when you remember my settings. It's a simple import-export of JSON. It depends on the style of game, but if you're going to include audio settings, why not? It's 2 lines of code. 2 lines of code. If you're going to have settings and you've thought that far, why not include it? It's very easy to do. Let's take a look at this. So I love I love that. I love the baseball theme. I love the way you I love this. I see the power indicator. Love that. What a cool mechanic. Let's see here. I really like that the game feels great. I love the orbit and overall mechanics. Definitely the most polished feature so far that stood out to me. I'm excited, actually, to continue on. That is rare, I will say. Wait a minute. Hey, serious question for you. Does your... You are clever. I'm guessing, yeah, you are super clever. Whoever designed this this web page, I have to say, kudos to you. Kudos to you. This is really clever. What they've done is inside of Gdevelop, as you see here by my mouse, they've blended the same color with the background to make the game feel like it fits inside of their presentation. Literally genius. Yeah, genius. This is big brain level moves. That's a high-end level of polish that you don't see very often from game jams. It does tell me that they probably have some game jam experience. Previously, this feels like someone who has experience. It's coming from engineers who know what they're doing. Artist knows what they're doing. Clearly, the art is beautiful. I don't know that any of this. I don't know what that YouTube video is. I like this. I like this. Well done. Okay.
Unauthorized access.
What type of...
Sequence initiated in T-5 minutes.
What sort of Dalek nonsense is that? Ugh! I was not expecting that. Yo, you want to go? I'm a genius! My baseball bat is superior to your robot nonsense. Oh, let's go. All right, so super clean on the animation style. The detail is subtle. The shading style is excellent. The minor detail of the outlines, the silhouettes, all excellent. Very cute and convenient in so many ways. Like, I think that this is an excellent presentation. The environment is the only thing. I feel like I'm in a garage for some reason, and that doesn't really fit the foot or the baseball player aesthetic, maybe there was more I missed there. I feel like the one thing that I'm confused about is why do we have a baseball player in all of this? But maybe there was something there that I missed or overlooked. I feel like one of the big important things for a polished game in the end. Okay, there we go. I couldn't move for some reason. Ow, ow! I died. All right, what else do you got? Try again. Back to menu. I like the closed eye. I do some of that stuff as well. It's funny. It looks a lot like my profile picture, actually. Obviously not, clearly not, you know what I'm saying? But like the way that this person draws and animates, this is anti-aliasing, right? That's an advanced art technique, and it's very subtly done. I can see, I'm pretty sure this person uses a mouse in their design because there's, I'm going to play again for sure. I like the inclusion of the black in the original outline. I'm sure that this was part of the original sketch. Yeah, I thought so. You have some jaggies that I would like to see corrected overall. I have a lot of experience with art. I've been doing pixel art for 15 years. Also, I've been on top of it in terms. I've been a producer and in publishing for on and off, you know, for many years. I got 10 years of industry experience, and so I study a lot of art because I'm an artist, right? I use a lot of references and stuff. I can tell that you do a mouse because these jagged lines don't pins have smoothing on them. And the style of shading is much like how I would do it. And I use a mouse exclusively, even though I have a drawing tablet. That's for my graphic design work, website development. I use a mouse for all of my pixel art. I've done it since I was a kid. I'll never change that, you know? That's part of my identity. So I'm very familiar with what is made with a mouse and what isn't. The resolution scale tells me a lot of that, but you can see the actual mouse strokes because pins have smoothing built into them because of the design. I really like using the mouse to draw. I think it's actually, one, it's traditional, but very cool. Very cool. Also, more like, because you use a one stroke outline, almost guaranteed to be a mouse. If it's fattier and chunkier, it's done with a brush size that's much too big, unless it's an aesthetic reason. Anyways, very cool. Very cool. I want to know, okay, step into the shoes of a rebellious young boy searching for a spot to hone your baseball skills. Upon stumbling into an abandoned factory, you accidentally trigger an ancient security system, waking up rusted, broken robots and activating an unstable reactor. With only minutes to escape, fight through waves of malfunctioning enemies and find your way to freedom before time runs out. Press start to interact with the door. Okay. All right. Let's do this again. This time I won't get rolled right away. Come out of that door, I dare you. Now I understand why he's a baseball player. I would maybe put some emphasis that this used to be a door. If you wanted more visual design. But that's... Oh! I accidentally clicked out of the game. I need to make it full screen so I don't do that again. No, stop! There we go. I got it now. Now I won't fail immediately. You like that? Get out of here. I assume the more the power, the more it bounces. That's what it seems like if you get it perfect. It's hard to manage while you're flying through the map, which is exactly what you should do. This is a very clever design on... Yeah, Whoa, boy! Oh, we're out. So last time, those must have got glitched open last time because of the... They were, like, in the middle of spawning something. And now I understand why there's physical doors. Never mind. I completely changed my mind about the comment I said earlier. I understand why you do it and what's going on. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I really don't like that robot. No. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, the car! Oh, I can roll. Woo! I forgot I can roll. I actually haven't used it at all. Oh, I rolled right into it. Right. Right. I would have loved to see a leaderboard, right? More generation, random generation. Um, even if it's pre-curated rooms, right? As in, like, you create all the rooms and then they generate in, you know, Helper Wesley's got an amazing tutorial on how to do that. I think that would add a lot of extra polish to your game, replayability. I actually absolutely adore the simplicity of what you're doing. I love that you didn't choose something super generic. I did, yeah, I did recognize that, and I could totally see how you would use it like that. And the intent of it, I just am not. I didn't use it. Oh, it does. Oh, so you can actually interact with it. Oh, interesting. Like, that reminds me of, like, not Street Fighter, but Streets of Rage, Ninja Turtles getting, like, run over by cars in the background. I can see the classic references that leads to. I mean, obviously they're mechanics for a reason, right? Gimmicks that have existed for a while in games like this. I'm very curious on how to activate it. Do I have to hit it, or do I just, like, press E on it? Oh, that, just like that. I see. Last time I hit it with a ball, and it exploded. That time I giddy upped it. Giddy up! Like, what the? And I only hit one guy. Nice. Clever, Alex. Good job. Oh, 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 oh. I love the animation. It's very smooth. It's very buttery. I love it. I'm trying to get past this level and show that people that I'm not that bad at video games. I just... No pressure. You guys are only staring at me constantly, expecting me to do incredible things. I never promised I was good at video games. I've just been playing them for a long time. Listen here, buddy. Get out of here. Oh, bleh. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. Chess. Oh, did you just call me a nerd? I'm a geek, buddy. You better watch your mouth when you're talking to me. No, no, no. I don't think you made the game hard. I'm
Authorized access. Self-destruct sequence initiated in T-minus.
Grumpy Potato. I don't, and I want to make those. I just don't know what you want to know. Let me know. I would be happy to do that. All right, so this room doesn't need me to really use the bat at all in terms of a ball bouncing. Skill issue. Thanks, bud. I like it. All right, very good. Let's go through this again. I didn't get hit that time. I'm not going to use the car until later, man. It's way too important. Let's go. You want a piece of this? Yeah! That's right. I have to have 2 balls in play at any given time. Let's go. Wait, did I hit that ball again? Can I hit the ball again? Oh, okay. Hold on. I just had an amazing idea. Hold on. I feel like you should let me hit the ball again. If it's bouncing off the wall and flying back towards me, you should let me hit the ball again with my bat. To let it keep going. I feel like that would make the ball play more important. Is it? You're amazing. Awesome. That needs to be the thing. Absolutely. That needs to be a thing. And I just got hit because I was goofing around. Okay, my audio broke? Did anybody notice that when I tabbed back in? The audio is gone now for swinging. You got... Okay, hold on. By the way, is this music copywritten by any chance? If I get a copyright strike because I'm playing someone's game, I'd be very upset. Okay, good. All right. So here's the thing. I would love to play this more. I'd love to invest my time into it and actually get good. This is a fun game. I would play this on mobile. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's mobile supported right now. I didn't see any 3D. I didn't see... Let's go back and look at this. So, reviewing this game, I think fun in game design is absolutely at the maximum. This beats my expectations of what would be in a game jam. It was so very fluid. The engineer on this game is very talented. So I vote that they definitely know what they're doing. The mechanics are very smooth. They must be using a finite state machine to be able to control the character to that level of degree. I would say audio wise, there's a 4. There's a little bit of, because it didn't save, and also, but I do appreciate the inclusion of audio. It's a little on. It could have been a little bit more polished. I would like to hear, maybe a little bit more. Maybe I'm being a little too critical on that audio. It didn't hurt my ears. It's got to be worth something. Let me think about that audio. I'm gonna come back to it because it's a 4.5 for me. I'm on the fence. Let me think about it. Graphics wise, you smashed that out of the park. Graphics wise, it absolutely is stunning. Yeah, thanks, Clayton. I appreciate it, bud. Yeah, so absolutely in terms of graphics, I think you smashed it out of the park. Uh, it did feel very clean. I felt like you guys polished what you had to the maximum degree, missing out on, of course, the things that you just didn't have time for. 18 minutes before the deadline tells me that you guys worked on it the entire time. This is a passion project. It clearly shows. There's a reason why it's rated so high. If I was looking for talent to recruit from a game jam, I would pick someone from this team, if not everyone from this team. Congratulations. That looks amazing. Innovation and, oh yeah, you can tell. I would say that there's at least, between everybody involved, around 120 hours. I would say 150 hours between everyone involved. If I was to guess about how many hours went into total development time between every person, maybe a little bit more, but that's where it gets kind of unsure. There's a lot of polish, and I think that all the time went into that level of commitment. And again, that's why some of the last bits didn't quite. This really slaps. It does way better than mine, because I did not even think about a thumbnail until the last 6 hours, and I'd been up for 48 hours up to that point. So I said, never mind, I'm using the main menu, and I just left it at that. So again, you guys will see me when I get to my game, and I'm gonna roast my game, and you'll see why. But or our game, and Clayton as well, But yeah, so innovation for me, I would say 4. It's above average for an entry. I'm actually going to lean up towards a 5-star. In terms of overall originality and creativity, I want to give it a 5-star. I'm a little conflicted because I've heard now from the community at large in YouTube chat that there's other games that are, there are a lot of games that are like this. This is a roguelike, but I think that the innovation of the baseball with the baseball made the originality for me. The way you played that, if I could have hit it as well, I would have been what am I going to complain about? It was just good. I want to see this come to mobile, and this is where you kind of fall on your face. And just to be transparent, you're going to get one for unstable. I can see what you're going for, although I didn't get to experience the instability of the rooms. It was expressed, but without actually seeing it. The audio really tied it together there. The actual voice, the extra voice stuff. The Dalek voice, I really liked that. And it tied that part in. So you matched the theme. I'm going to give it a personal point because it is a win in my book in terms of overall theme and cohesiveness. And then looking at everything else, it doesn't have a leaderboard, it doesn't have 3D, and it doesn't have mobile control. So, unfortunately, that is the maximum I can give you on theme. It is the thing I've been ruthless about this whole time, and I continue to be so. I don't think it would be very difficult for you or your engineer. You've got so much of your game. It's already if it is a finite state machine, even easier. You know what I'm saying? Even easier. So I'm gonna leave it at that. This is unfortunately not the highest rating game that I've been able to do. This is I think the second highest because of that theme. I think one person outmatched you. Or actually, it might be tied for the top voted that I've done out of almost 200 games. Well done. I spent a lot of time in Bird and Bone because of its ingenuity and its design, but I really felt like I had to get into it, but I felt like your game more clearly represents itself in that way, and I didn't need to play it very much as much to know what is in store for me. This is something I would come back to in the same way that I would play um Into the Gungeon or something like that. I want to see more out of you. I want to see your team push this farther. I really think that this, as a studio perspective, from anything else, I felt like the audio could have been. There could be a little bit more. I don't know what I'm missing there. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something on the audio. And so I'm going to leave it at a 4-star. Please release this to Newgrounds. When you're done, you're going to get way more playing on this one. Some fine tuning on the user interface. Hey, if you're interested, I teach all this stuff on my Discord server for free. Anything I do on YouTube is also for free. Yeah, walking sounds would actually been kind of nice. Just a little bit more interaction and juice. But it could be too loud and too much. It's kind of hard to tell. You need to play around with it. So, but if you're interested, come join us on Discord. I'd love to talk with you about user experience, and if you need help integrating things like a save mechanic system or have any questions, we're available. So come chat with us in our Discord if you're interested. Overall, excellent job. Highly recommended. There you go. That's all I have to say about it. I'm clearly not good enough right now to spend the time to earn this, but I very much appreciate you coming here and giving me the opportunity to talk to you about your game on a professional level. I'm very. You should be proud. You should be very proud. You and your brother did an amazing job. Absolutely outstanding. If this is not a crowd favorite by the end, I don't know what's wrong with people. Clearly, you've got a lot of votes. I think that it's well deserved. I think that, again, I gave you as much criticism as I feel would be necessary. Again, not from a game jam development point, but literally from a professional standpoint. Really, really polished. And yeah, and welcome. I don't know if this is your first game jam or not. Welcome to being an indie developer. Congratulations. You've done it. You've made it. Take a breath, pat yourself on the back, and get back to polish as soon as possible. Don't give up. That's amazing. Can't wait to see what you do with it. Clonk, 9 out of 10. Absolutely amazing. If it was my personal votes, I want you to know this. Personally, I would have given you all 5s, and I said the same thing to Bird and Bones. Those 2 games, as well as the game, they're made by a German author. What is the title of that one? I don't want to disturb it. It was made by Tobias. Tobias is in here. Tobias, what is your game, sir? What's the name of your game? If he's in here and wishes to reply, absolutely. That game is also amazing because of the level of polish. There's a few games that really... Tellerand, that's right. I knew it started with a T. I just didn't want to fudge it. Tellerand is an amazing game too. Also top marks from that developer as well. Absolutely, those 3 are in my top 10. I have not seen anything pop out. Also, we can, GNS also actually has an amazing title and polish. Unfortunately, I couldn't play the game because of a bug issue. But I would say, again, if I could vote on that one, there are a lot of gems in the jam, and all of you that I've talked to so far in your guys' games, I hope to be able to interview you after this, get you on YouTube, and have a conversation with you about your game, your development process. I want to make a video from each one of you. I want to review category. I'm going to make a top 10 list, replay them after the jam, talk about any changes you guys have done, talk about my game again, and then sit down and have an interview with all of you and discuss your game. If you guys remain in my top 10, I will reach out to you. I absolutely want to talk to all these developers so we can share that experience with everyone. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what happened. You know, it really is luck of the draw, you know, in some of this stuff. Right place, right time, good delivery, bad delivery, you know. Let's talk about it. So, amazing work. Amazing work. All of you. So far, amazing. Spallow, this is AI generated without any shadow of a doubt. No doubt in my mind. That's and then what the yeah. Oof. I feel like what happened here was they tried to have it say something, it failed, and then they said, you know, rip. See you later, JJ. Thanks for visiting. Of course. This one, there's no information there. It's created by them, sure, but now I'm curious to what level is going on here. So let's see. Run the game. A very strange audio system, but it does work. So I can't fault them for that. His feet are on backwards. Oh.
Can you hear me? Okay, so we got a problem here. The reactor has blown up and the people are turning into zombies. All you need to do is to fix the reactor and the zombies will turn back into humans. You need a special space suit and get some tools to fix it. Good luck, you're our last hope. Oh!
Right. Okay. It's a Gordon Freeman special. Holy cow. What? What is this? Wait, what is this? Why can't I move? What is this? I want this. Huh? What? What? Okay. And now I'm stuck. The audio in this one is actually hurting my ears a little bit. The peeking out of my... I think there's supposed to be dialogue boxes that don't work. I have no idea what's supposed to be going on here. Can't figure it out. But I'll you know, I don't have time for that. You know, if there isn't polish done, if there isn't a very clear stuff, substandard in terms of game jam stuff, the AI art throws me off immediately. No credit to whatever's going on there. Funny game design is a 2. I see what they're trying to do. Audio's a 1 for me. Actually, I'll give it a 2 because they had some custom audio that actually kind of made me chuckle. I thought it was cute. They get a 1 for art. I was gonna give them 2 because obviously the other art was self-made, but without proper credit and going through and listing these things, it's just not something that I could feel comfortable with. Originality and innovation, I'll give it a 2 because I see what they're trying to do again. I like to see them put more hours into it. This was made at the very end. It was very clustered. Again, you could have probably gone with online materials. There's tons of Spaceman stuff for free. It probably would have added more to your game. I get the idea of wanting to do it yourself. A little bit of tutorials, even during the game jam time and window, would have probably done them a lot of good, being that they submitted it on the last day anyways. So I would have given them a little bit more, probably, if I didn't see that I don't know the circumstances or anything like that. Overall, the theme is a 1. They didn't really make any big marks out on anything. This is an arcade platformer, 1 hour before the deadline. Let's check this out. Leaderboard, mobile control, leveling system, diverse obstacles. So they do meet everything except for 3D, it looks like. Maybe some of those cubes in the background are 3D, but I want to... No, it doesn't look like it. A, W, and D as the movement keys or arrow keys. R to restart, M for menu. So definitely mobile. GMTK Jam. Which one? I'm sorry, what? Is that already done? Has that already been done? I guess is what my question is. So here, for the developer, of course, as something that you could have done, developer, when the user interacts with the menu at the very beginning of the game, you could have done an overlay, tap to continue, and then you check the device to see whether or not they're on mobile. You don't need to check this, but I also like that. Maybe in the settings you could turn that on and off or something. I see that you put it on the very front. That's okay. Wait, didn't I just click on the leaderboard? Hold on. Let me kill myself. And I got a rock on my head. A teeny little cube was stuck on my noggin. All right, let's go back to the main menu. I clicked on leaderboard, and then it starts the game. That's unfortunate. So that means to me that there is no leaderboard. I can't include it if I can't access it. It doesn't matter if I can save my settings or not. If it's not actually included, it's not actually included. What? I can't actually validate that that's even true. Like, I get that it feels like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like random names added to it. It doesn't look like, it's weird. It feels like they just selected random people's names and filled it out. I don't know if that's actually a functioning leaderboard. The only way to test that out is by succeeding. And now I need to know what someone's top score is so I can beat it. I want to see the top score. 4,300. And so I need to make it to the thousands. The 3.4 thousand is the minimum I can do to be able to be on the leaderboard. So now I must attempt to do so to the best of my ability. I don't like that this rock is on my head. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I don't like that. Cool. I'm just going to keep standing in the middle because... Whoa! What is going on here? Hello? So what, am I just supposed to jump? I thought that was a bug. Is it a bug? Because if not, I can infinitely jump up this wall. And unless I get hit by a trash can... I have to be on it to be able to get points. So I'm just going to hold my mouse sideways. There we go. There we go. This is how you get all the points. Ready? You just stand here. You just stand here and you break the game. That's what I'm doing. I'm ah! Okay. Ah! Randomly, I can phase through it. That doesn't make any sense. Stop this. Oh, look, it's back. No, it's not normal again. No, it's trying to be. Get out of here. Get out of here. Crazy purple things. I'm trying to win. Get off my face. There, I beat someone's score. Now I'm really going to beat the score because now I'm curious. Okay. Danger. Will Robinson, danger. Danger. Stranger danger. I'm dying. I'm getting smacked around by purple blocks. Oh, I'm alive! I'm dead. Okay, it does work. It just looks like trash. Alright. Overall fun and game design, it's above average, actually. Believe it or not. Audio could have been better. I would say it's standard, I suppose. I would like to see an audio settings save as well. It was clear that they wouldn't. I didn't even need to check that at all. Graphics. I see what they're going with. Very simple overall. I mean, I feel like for a game jam, a game jam game, I should expect that level of things. Ingenuity is actually a little bit below for me, and I'll tell you why. This suggestion of balancing was given out to you for free by Gdevelop as the theme announcement. This didn't take much more thought to
to create. So, yeah, there's that. Not to diminish their hard work. I'm just saying it's a little substandard. And then the overall theme, let's see, they get a point for being unstable. They get a point for including mobile support. They get a point for including leaderboards. It was not 3D, so they don't get a point there. They do get a point for me for including so many of the titles. So they actually did fairly well, all things considering. Slightly, if you average it out, slightly above average. You know, it's a 3.2 on the scale of 5. You know, it's a 3 or 3 point. Yeah. No, it's a 3.1 out of 5. So, or 3.5. There you go. That's what I meant to say. There you go. I'm not even actually gonna leave a comment there. I don't feel like it's necessary. Yeah, high builds. Actually, what we're gonna do, everybody, it's been the 2 hour and 30 minute mark for a minute. I am going to take a very brief 5 minute break. I'm gonna stand up, use the restroom. I suggest everybody get water if you're interested in doing so. Stand up, you monkeys. Stretch your body. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. Hydrate or dihydrate. Be right back. All right, and we are back. Thanks everyone for sticking with me during that short little brief intermission. I need to make some tune-ups for my YouTube channel. I spend so much time with you guys that have not gone through and leveled up my YouTube channel like I should have. There's a lot of work I need to do. yeah. So let's get through this so that I can actually get some work done, right? Now, I don't know how to say your name. Eight? 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 Eat? Um, anyways, sorry. I was checking out something in Discord. Just to validate that we're all on the same page. Otherwise, we are good to go. Let's do high builds here. I'll get to everything else on Discord later. Thank you guys for messaging me. I do need to go about another round of sharing, perhaps. If anybody needs some help on the Discord, which has already been done. JJ is actually doing secretary work. That no joke. I appreciate that, dude. Wow, really do. Otherwise, let's jump into what's going on here. There's a tutorial, which is good because unnamed project.itch.io high builds. Unnamed project is their channel. Okay, yeah, right. I was like, what is this unnamed project? High builds. Okay, the object is to not fall while objects fall from the sky and keep your balance the best you can. Again, you can at any point on the platform X to take it and place it X location. You can click here to create a block that applies a force. You need 4 bricks to create one of these and 6 iron to do the other. This is okay. Pretty in-depth tutorial. I see what's going on. You lose when that happens. Let's play the game. So this thing right here needs to go right in the freaking middle. Slightly off middle. Okay. We're on point. Oh, I can pick these up. Oh, I understand now. Oh, I see. Said Alex. Oh, I see. It's getting longer and longer, is it? That makes sense. Now I understand the base mechanic. It's pretty clever. I'll give them that. Oh, and then I can pick... Okay. I need to not do that. That was unfortunate. I'm going to put another one there just so I can help balance this out. We're going to move our blocks that way. And then we're going to come back over here and collect for a second. So that way we can keep building this. I'm going to drop an iron block over here and push everything over. And then we're just going to continuously kind of run back and forth here until we can't. We're going to add some more blocks on this side just to balance it out. That the main weight needs to just stay right there in the middle, right where it belongs. We're going to offset this a little bit, which is perfect, because now we're going to come over here and put another block down. And now we have perfect balance again, other than what is being dropped constantly from the sky. I think, obviously they got me to play for more than a couple seconds. I feel like I understand the premise. I don't feel like there's any ending. So the question is there, how far into the jam did they read? Hey there, guy. What are you doing? They didn't clamp the numbers, which kind of makes me sad. I'd like to see that. We're getting kind of long here. It's making me nervous. Boxes are getting stacked on boxes, and the weight is off-centered. I need to get some more stuff on this side. There we go. You can go collect for a second. Push all that around. You really don't want boxes to stack on each other if you can get it. He's using fractions, which it doesn't make sense to me. Why use fractions? when you need 3 of them, don't you? No, okay, so you need 4. I understand. It adds you... but you could have just done 1. You didn't need to do rounded numbers, my guy. You just need 4. 4 of them, minus 4. Like, in the action script, you know what I'm saying? It looks ridiculous because of this. You know, it looks ridiculous. Also, right now, look at how big. Look at how big this is. Whoa, it's bending. It's bending in a weird way. I didn't expect that. I see now what's happening. But look how large this is and how boxes aren't falling out here. They're only in the center. They're only in the center. So that means that as long as the weight continues to only be balanced over here, eventually it will be so long, right? It'll be so long that there's nothing left to balance. You can't balance it. Because all of the things, all the weight is going to be here. It's going to turn into just a giant pile. And then I'll have to run through that pile inconsistently, which is going to piss me off, and push everything that I want to do somewhere else. You know, like you're going to push it off the ledge, which is not challenging in any capacity. This game is not challenging. I don't even know why I'm still playing it. I'm done with this. Stop making me play your game. No, and that's good, right? I can see the base of what they were doing. They did a good job. Let's talk about it. Overall, I'll say that the fun and game design is sort of in the middle. You know, I would expect this from a game jam. There's like no audio at all. Just none. I would say that... Let's see here. Interesting. Let's see here. Audio 1, graphics 1. Let's say 2. It looks like they might have handmade it themselves. Vaguely Minecrafty in some ways, like the influence and sort of the block shapes and the way that they did it. Although, again, originality, it's kind of at all-time 1. Very easy to do. They didn't really think too much about it. 1 hour and 31 minutes before the deadline. You had 9 days to come up with a game. You waited to the very end. You waited to the very end. All right. Theme. It's unstable. Absolutely. Moving on. Balanced temples. Look, guys. More balancing. I'm not jazzed about that being the only, you know, I want to see more mechanics. I know I roasted it before I even looked at it. I'm judging a book by its cover. Don't do that, Alex. That is projecting prejudice to some degree. Oh, my ear. Okay. Oh, and then the music stops. Guys, use a scene pause, right? If you're going to open the next music and sounds, groovy ambient funk mood mode. What? Nice. People still use Yahoo? That's nuts. How old are you? I'm not really sure what's going on here. It doesn't really explain anything, who made it, or what it is. Are those the titles? Are those the link? I just don't know what's going on there. Anyways, so if you're, sorry, I got distracted though. If you are going to use an external scene for a pause menu, all you need, don't stop your scene. When you go to create that action, inside of it, it asks you if you want to pause it. Pause that scene, and then you can easily just return to it. And that's an actual action. And then inside of it, there's an option to disable or continue to allow sound. Allow your sound to continue. That's all you have to do, and that music would have carried over and made that menu way more immersive, and also not caused me to blow my ears out again every time I click it, because it's such a sudden, sharp start in audio, you know what I'm saying? Oh, 2-player game. Oh. No, I understand. You could play this with 2 players, and I could absolutely see how... Wait a minute. Okay, so it doesn't matter. That's really disappointing. Alright. So, it doesn't really matter what their game is like now for me. That mechanic is kind of... It doesn't work the way that they wanted it to. Okay, first of all, I'm turning that off now that I can. So, the mechanic here is that every time I jump, it off-scales the balance, which makes sense because it's gravity, right? But in a game context, because there was no audio cue. I mean, maybe there wasn't. No, it was just music. Oh, there it is. This is literally turn off all sound. And there's 2 buttons for it, and none of them turn off the game sound or allow game sound to be played while music is being played. I don't know what happened there, but literally, if you off-balance this at all, I get it, but the weight of a person would offset a scale. So we can argue all day about whether or not this makes sense because of gravity or whatever, but when he weighs more than she does in context, right, in real life, then the scales would automatically rebalance. If you wanted this game to be more polished, in my opinion, it should have been you have to balance each other by putting each other on the same level. So if he goes up 1 level higher than her, then she must go up 1 level to balance it, and then it must be like that. Not every time you jump. I feel like I get the idea, but the implementation just wasn't quite there. Also, when they did full screen, they did, like, look at this. This happened because they were expecting people to resize it in the window to be perfect. They never set any of that. Unfortunately for me, that's a serious lack of polish. It doesn't matter how much you put into it. It just doesn't quite work. So reviewing this again, you know, let's look into this and let's have a chat. Fun and game design. I could see it being, I would say this is middle ground because I'm a stickler for that detail, but I say that for a jam entry, I shouldn't expect more than that. I like the mechanic. It could have been implemented differently. Audio's an all-time low for me. It didn't sound good. The attribution was a little strange. I don't feel like it fit. And also the way that it just was, the audio settings didn't even work right. Too much audio settings, multiple places. Graphics look hand done. I'll give it a 2. Originality, innovation, I'll give it a 2 because the balancing act again is kind of on the nose. That was given to you. The scale balancing being the only real thing I have to worry about in this title makes me not enjoy it. 31 minutes before the end of the deadline. I don't know their situation, but I don't feel like there was 9 days of effort put into this. Not to say that they didn't work hard, right? I'm just saying that I don't know that they had all of the time. My guess is that they probably spent 20 hours in the total jam to build all of this, maybe longer because depending on how long it takes them to do art. But overall, it does hit on the theme of balance or unstable. I don't believe that it had any other controls to it. The mobile wasn't an option or anything like that. So I think we're going to leave it as a 1 star. It doesn't get a vote for me. Hey, what's going on, Angry Water Snake? Welcome back. For those that, just to recap, I think I'm trying to remember the name of the game. Grayscale is the game that Angry Water Snake and their sister worked on. They had some questions for me, so I invited them back to the stream to talk to me about any questions they had about my review or any questions they want to ask me. So I'm going to go ahead and pull their game back up for those that hadn't seen me review it the other day. And then we'll actually kind of go, we'll go from there. We're going to go back to the jam submissions and we're going to do Grayscale. So I voted this pretty fairly. I think that it's a little above standard in terms of overall composition, overall work, and I really liked it. I got the characters confused in my head when I was reading the characters, so that was kind of funny. And you know, and for like a first time entry and everything else, I really feel like in this particular setup. It did what it was supposed to do. It's a great entry game jam thing. I think that the audio really sells it in so many ways. The graphics being beautifully hand done. Yeah, I really like this one. Oh, awesome. Yeah, very good. I think that you did an excellent job on the. Yeah. Angry Water asks, for those that maybe don't see it in the comment section during a revisit to this channel, they say, yeah, she was wondering, his sister was wondering what exactly gave away to me that the art was done by a female. Because I'm sure that was probably very confusing. Like, how does this guy possibly know that this was done by a female artist? That, I haven't been pretty, like, I've been showing you guys, I know my art pretty well, and there's a couple giveaways that I could tell you right now. So I know that she was also curious. I just read your I didn't have time to read everything you said, but while we were talking and while I was talking, I was also reading. So I have been doing art for a long time, specifically pixel art, but I've always been interested in art stuff. I just struggled with being able to do it until I found the right medium for me, which was pixel art. But I've always been a fan of art, and I've seen a lot of female artists, and I've read a lot of comic books and a lot of webtoons. And webtoons is there's a lot of female artistry in webtoons. And one thing that I notice about female pinship, whenever they're creating a male character, because they're gals, they generally start off developing girls as their characters, envisioning themselves as a fantasy character, or starting to put themselves in worlds to place themselves in whatever they're drawing, psychologically speaking. And so from my experience as a user experience, my job professionally, so I have no education in art at all. I should probably declare that. I have no education in art. I never went to school for it. Nothing like that. I have zero education in art. I'm entirely self-taught. But one thing that I'm good at is reading people. My actual college certificate is in user experience. But when she started art originally, she probably only used female form. And that shows in some of the lines. Femininity is passed through body shape. In the silhouettes of some of the characters, the original lines look more feminine in the stroke. And because it's vector, it's also sharp and edgy, but I see a lot of female artists leaning towards the pseudo vector style of artistry. It's just, I'm not sure why. It's just one of the things that I notice. And also, generally, if I was to make an assumption based on absolutely no information, if I was to completely guesstimate off of a 50-50 chance, more likely than not, she's the artist anyways, because of gender and demographics. So my job is to analyze those demographics and come up with the most likely scenario in a professional setting. And so I'm able to like deduce that stuff pretty quickly. But I can tell if it's drawn with like a pen, a tablet. Also, this one strikes me as it could be either or in terms of whether she used a tablet or not. I would say that some of the angles are so sharp that it almost looks like she's using a mouse. I would say that a lot of the vector art could potentially absolutely be. What would tell me that a male artist drew something? An overrepresentation of masculinity almost all the time. The first thing is I look at men characters and look at their masculinity. What features? See, we're seeing men through a woman's eyes, right? When I look at your game and I played it, I noticed I felt like I was watching a male representation through a female person. There's subtleties in expressions and in the way that people draw that emphasize certain details. Now, if it was a woman and she was more emphasized, that would be, a male perspective. In video games, we objectify women a lot, and it's like men, people in general, I should say. So if I was to look at art, my first concept would be to look at the demonstration of the figure itself. Tendencies lean that, you're weaker drawing the sex that you're not, and there's an over amplification. But for men, it is also kind of the opposite. Men characters, men tend to be more refinedly drawn by other men, at least in the beginning, until they learn artistry isn't about the over exaggeration. And then about female characters, they would overly saturate and sexualize that character. Unless they're actually an artist that specializes in drawing that sort of artistry, you can tell based on some of that stuff, pinstrokes and whatnot. But I do a lot of art study, and how I've taught myself art. And if anybody is curious about advice from doing art, other than keep practicing, because honestly, art is like 99% hard work and 1% talent. I'm just saying, some people have natural talent, and you might be that 1%. Okay, I'm not saying that it doesn't take creativity. I'm saying that strokes and pen work and artistry from a educational standpoint is all technique based, which means it's science. It's refined, right? Really refined, overly digested. Anyways, so what I do for an art study is I select a genre that I want to learn. I select an artist style, and then I trace their work for a week, and then I then try to draw one scene of my own based on their penmanship. And so this is an interesting and complicated thing that psychologically that I dive into, because it comes from my youth. I grew up with ADHD, and I was diagnosed at 4 years old. And back in the 90s, there was not really support for anything like this. There was no creative outlet for people like me. I spent most of my childhood in the special education room with kids that literally drooled on themselves. And I couldn't read until I was 12 years old. I have a weird story myself, but in that I had to be self-taught in almost anything I did. So I had to mimic people. As I grew up in high school, I started asking the number one classmate in every class if I could have their their grade A paperwork, so I could take it home and rewrite it, because I wanted to feel in my hand the word choices that they made. I wanted to feel what it was like to write A+ letter. I wanted to feel it in my hand. I wanted to know what it was like. So I taught myself the ability to put myself in somebody else's shoes, to feel their pen strokes, through art as well. And so I took that medium, that way I educate myself, and I applied it to artistry. And so I started tracing lines as an artist, because everyone uses references. There's nothing wrong with tracing. I study somebody else's art, feel the way that they drew the art, feel the way that they did the shading, because I will match it pixel for pixel, but I will do it, and I will not skip any steps. I won't Photoshop anything out. I still hand draw everything. But then by the time I'm done, I have felt it in my hand, and it's muscle memory, because artistry is a technique. It is a physical posture. It is the feeling of a stroke. It really is. It's about muscle memory and your attachment to that physical feeling. You eventually, if you keep practicing drawing a circle, you will draw a circle, because you will just eventually know the feeling in your hand. It's subconscious. It's just the way we learn things. So my education in art is by tracing other people's, feeling what they've done. And then at the end of my art study, I draw my own unique piece with none of their art as references. I do nothing. I draw it from the ground up out of my own memory and my own muscle. And every time I do this, I mimic an artist's style. You can do it it transfers medium. You can do it from anime into pixel art. It doesn't matter. You can downscale the sprite, whatever you have to do. All I want you to do is practice that silhouette, which is really important for pixel art. Probably one of the most important factors of pixel art is your silhouette, is your line work. And pixel art is a super technical skill, and it's the most complicated as a skill, because in one of the artistry mediums, in my perspective, because every time you put a pixel down, you get to see what the final result looks like. Whereas if I'm developing a character in vector or something else, or with line work, so many of those lines I get to go back over. I get to do it again, but you don't get to see that result until the very end. You don't get to see all that work you went into putting into a fully featured picture in regular artistry until it's all the way done. You can't judge it until it's all the way done. But pixel art makes it so you judge it immediately. You get that immediate feedback. And so that's something, if you're learning to be a pixel artist, I feel like that medium is what's going to teach you how to become a better artist at all. And I have not touched pen to paper in almost a decade. And then, after doing so much pixel art for that long, I found immediately I'm a better artist. I can draw. I've never been able to draw. I'll have to send you guys some of my pictures that I recently drew before I became a pixel artist and after I became a pixel artist. You have to exercise and teach yourself concepts, and it's about one step at a time. When you make a game, it's about building features to be fully polished, and then that makes it all, right? Art is the same way. You need to practice techniques. You need to learn what to do and not to do. One, maybe some of you need it from your own experience. Some of you are able to extrapolate from other people's experiences, but not everyone can. You know, that's how wisdom works, right? It comes with experience. Some people have to learn it through hardship. Some people can pick it up naturally. It's the way it works. It's not talent, it's luck sometimes. Genetic luck. But yeah, so I analyze everything. My mind runs 1,000 miles a minute. My mouth almost as fast. So I'll leave it there. But I'm so glad you stopped in because this was an amazing game. It was really cool to see. And I got to feel both of you in that creation. I'm really in tune with developers. I understand what it takes to make a game. It was so fun to play. I believe I said that before. The audio was absolute mastery. This is beyond a normal submission for a game jam game. I feel like there's a lot of potential here to grow as a team and to develop something more long-term, more sustainable long-term, to something that has a bit more depth to it. But as a first-time opportunity for you guys, absolutely amazing, above standard. This shows talent and an appreciation for what you guys are doing. Thank you for submitting it. Thank you for taking the time to come back and talk to me too. I appreciate it. We're going to move on here just so we can get through these. We've got another row to get done. We're going to play a space game. Oh, yeah, I finished rating that one too. Yep, good. This is a short adventure. Kitten Crush ends up in space and has to rescue her cat, inspired by the Metroid franchise. Is this a Metroidvania? Huh. Well, I don't turn around. There's no control. This is the bare minimum jump system from Gdevelop. I can tell because of how many times I've imported it into a game. They didn't tweak anything. They made it. Yeah, this is a. I see that they started doing some work on creating their own graphics. This is definitely a younger person, without instructions, without anything else further. They're stretching the same asset, the number 5, over and over and over again. Maybe it's relevant. Very much they're trying to do an Among Us character, clearly inspired by that sort of stuff. I'm not going to spend much more time in it because it wasn't. It was also published 4 days ago. No, that's within the jam window, right? Let me double check that. 2 minutes before the deadline. Bare minimum. You know, I don't know what you want me to say there. Game design and fun elements. It's really just the engine doing all of the work here. There isn't any audio. The graphics are hand done. I'll give it that. Originality and innovation. Again, asset drop. Overall theme. I would give it a 0 there if I could, because I don't see what's unbalanced or what the intention there is. So we're going to go ahead and save that rating and literally move on to the next one. This is a balancing act. A platformer level. Okay, so walk is AD, D-pad, stick, controller support, Xbox only, not in the menu. So this actually means that you don't have controller support at all. You know what I'm saying? It's not full controller support, so you can't claim it's controller support. I'm not going to give you credit for it. Technically, you don't even have to declare that it's an Xbox controller for it to work, necessarily. You can translate using key rebinds or other triggers to identify what controller it is and just instantly remap it to the controller. So that would have taken almost no time at all to do. So that's unfortunate. I even have a tutorial on how to add controller support and go about building it. So, you know, that's a miss for me. I like that there's a GD game link that validates that it is present. A balancing act. Music. All right. Okay. The collision hitboxes on this are atrocious. But that's okay. This whole level is going to get borked because I can't leave that spot now. It's just completely sideways. And then it restarts the level again. It doesn't take you back to the menu. Hold on. Alright, well that's... Alright. I've seen enough of that. Alright, let's talk about this. The fun game design element, I'll give it a 2. I see what they're going for. I'm sure that their friends would enjoy this. The audio element, minimal effort, slapped in some audio, no adjustments or anything like that. Graphics overall, they did a hand job, but they did... Jesus. They did a hand-drawn art. Yeah, originality and innovative, I'm gonna have to say it's a 1. The theme was very clearly given to them. I do like that they tried. This was a valid attempt. I will recognize that. In terms of mobile theme, they get 1 point, or just they get 1 point for being unstable. A child made this, and that's okay. Yeah. We're gonna leave that one alone. Thanks, guys. Thanks for bringing that back to my attention again. Yikes. Joystick up. Okay, cool. The clearly mobile support across the platform. Everybody can play it. Very cool. Change stability. What? What is that up there? Just random particles? I can barely see it. Should have done a black background, white text here. Start or press the S key. That's not even. That's off center completely. Okay, another Kenny asset drop, no credits, which is fine. It doesn't require it. It's that noise is very loud in my ear. Oh. And now there's no way for me to play. So that's the checkpoint. I get why those are checkpoints, because it's impossible when you mess up once. You have to die. That piano. What is happening inside of my head? Very Mario, Bari. Okay, I made it to the goal. Alright. So that's the end of the game, I guess. That hurt my ears. What was that called? There it is. Change stability. Innovative, fun. Sure, I guess. The friends might enjoy that. Audio, horrendous. Graphics are inconsistent. They did do some hand-drawn stuff, but I'm going to go because of that. That mix-up. There's that. Originality, innovative. I don't think so. I mean, it was given to them. Gdevelop gave them this balancing suggestion in their head. They really ran with it. One day before the deadline, I don't know what the situation is in production, but this is definitely not 8 days worth of work, you know? Even, I mean, as it is, right? Any YouTube tutorial you could have followed that would taught you how to do these mechanics. I teach these mechanics. There's 100 tutorials online. Not really. There's like 5, but still, okay? Any research, any amount. I'm not to say that they didn't put effort into it. That's not what we're doing on my channel. We're reviewing these from a published, enjoyable state. Looking at it from the critique of another professional looking at this, looking at what games would I suggest, what's my top 10, If I was looking for talent, what games would I look at as inspiration? Who also did an above average job? This is for a game jam. This is a child's. I mean, I'm not saying this isn't a personal vote. I think it's very charming. And if it was a kid that did it, which I'm pretty sure it is, I would say, good job, buddy. I'd ruffle their hair and say, good job. You did a good job. You're a game developer. You actually did it. And you should be proud of that. This is not what this is, though. This is Alex scrutinizing everything to a maximum degree. So that you can get the best feedback you can. My goodness. I choked, I sneezed, and I coughed at the same time. My body tried to just reset itself. 5 days before the end of the jam. Again, I almost don't even want to review this game because if you didn't put in the time, why would I put in the time? Why would I put in the time? Absolutely. Of course. Hey, GNS, thanks for joining us, man. I really appreciate it. We'll catch you around. So this makes me, not great. I don't know what game you made, so I'm not sure. A perfectly normal game. Perfectly normal game. It's written like a troll. Okay, I'm telling you, if they blow out my ears or do something absolutely jerkish, I'm going to karate chop someone in the neck. Hey, what's up, Rami? Okay. Okay. The controls are backwards. The controls are backwards. Immediately, I hate that. Wait. There's no collision. Okay, we're done. Okay, the lowest of lowbrow. Took no effort. They did nothing. It's over. Let's move on. Let's not even talk about it. Nothing to report. 5 days left in the game jam. Another one of these. Very disappointed to see that. You submitted before the time was over. Either you knew that you weren't going to do it. Why even bother? But I will check it out because maybe they also smashed it out very quickly. It was cute. They did what they wanted, and that's the end of it. But arrow keys to move. Okay. Oh. Does that work? The touch controls don't work. It's trying to. Oh, it's not, has nothing to do with what that is. So, the audio is, oh, I see. Oh. Alright. Whoa! Whoa! I understand. Okay, I understand what's going on. It's actually pretty clever. Let's talk about it. I don't need to play more than that to know what's going on. Drunken driver. This is usually this would be one thing that I have an irk about, and this is very small. This is also into my personal life. I really try to avoid things that glorify things that aren't. It's a game. Okay, relax, Alex. It's a game, but get ready for my trigger warning. This thing bothers me because a lot of people make fun of and joke about really serious stuff. Even there's some things that we kind of don't want to glorify. There's tons of games out there. I refuse to play Grand Theft Auto after the third one. I don't like the premise. I don't play. I love video games, but I won't play even Payday. As well. Also, I played it one time until I realized what was going on, and I stopped playing it. And it's just a moral, a question for me. I don't believe in glorifying and playing. Like, Mortal Kombat doesn't bother me at all. Why? It's fake. It has nothing to do with anything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. And so my thing was, I was in a car accident when I was 6 years old. 4 people died. 4 people died when they hit us, going 75 miles an hour in the blizzard. They almost killed my brother. His throat was slit, you know, like he was arterial bleeding in my face. It was an absolute intensive time. And I'm just going to glance over it because you don't need to hear my tragedy. But I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and it has to do with vehicles. And, you know, like I almost lost family. I saw people die at that age. I saw the gore of it. I saw everything. The driver, they're all in their early 20s. They were drinking and driving. 2 couples, all of them died. Tragedy. And both the men died a terrible, terrible way. And the first driver was drinking, and the bottle went through his face, and then he went through the windshield. So, you know what I'm saying? So you never know, really. This is a really touchy subject for a game jam. You know, I would stay away from hot topics, things that, you know, you consider your audience, consider other people. Don't make fun of addiction, you know, don't make fun of someone's situation. This doesn't really bother me. It's a clever design. I just want to be like, hey, this didn't need to be a drunken driver for that to be fun. It wasn't necessary to make that the theme of your game. Instability from being drunk, sure. You know, maybe a police chase where, you know, or something else, which is also, you know what I'm saying, but that's far less sort of targeted. It's more generic. People run for the police. That happens. Yeah. Car accidents, people do drink and drive. It does happen. The difference is that it's more ambiguous to what's going on. Drinking and driving is a tragedy. No one should ever do that. Don't ever drive drunk. Give your keys to someone else if you plan on drinking. Have a designated driver. On so many occasions, I have been other people's designated drivers. You know, your whole life ends when you do that. You know, I just don't like that. It doesn't sit well with me. But I'm not going to dig into them about that. I'm just griping. I want them, if they hear me at some point, to understand what I'm saying and why this is, again, my career path is user experience based on marginalized and underrepresented demographics. I bring equality and equability to products. That's what I do. So my job is to talk about these things literally all the time. And I'm explaining why these things are important. Even in the gaming industry, we can't lose sight of people being human. Don't throw that away. That's the most human thing you can do. You know what matters to people? Connection. Don't disconnect yourself from society. Don't disconnect yourself in that way. Don't become insensitive and narrow your mind to the point where you become a problem. Don't be excluding. Don't be exclusive. Include people. Yeah, it's exactly that. As Water just said, or Angry Water Snake just said, in game studies, they discuss how games can be affected by the way players perceive the world, and this is absolutely true. This is also why it's really important that live streamers and other people that create communities, you are responsible for that community. And you see things that, like the fall of Logan Paul. Logan Paul on YouTube made very drastically dumb decisions based on a popularity decision, a stunt that was supposed to be clever, and it turned against him and he lost everything. You know what I'm saying? But he grew up in a time where that was all that he was getting. All that love and attention was coming from YouTube, and he made one mistake and then it blew up and got out of control. But you're responsible for the content you post. You are responsible for it. You're responsible for creating your community, and you have the control over that. These people, Riot Games, Valve, you know, they allow this toxicity to exist in their games. They allow it to happen because it drives controversy, because people want to play it, but they allow that abuse to continue because controversy drives traffic. There's a reason why people troll each other and flame on each other online. It's group hazing. It's not just because it's competitive, but 10 years ago, it wasn't even like that. That's not how people were. The people's exposure to the internet, another generation after me, you know, I'm a boomer, okay? But I'm talking about, you know, some really important stuff. No, of course. Absolutely. No, that's absolutely it. But I'm saying, as a game developer, as a professional going into the industry, we're reviewing these things from that standpoint. Remember, this is just a thing. I'm not going to vote their game on that, but I'm telling you to be aware. Be aware yourself. Don't be ignorant. Don't be willfully ignorant. Open your eyes. See what's in front of you. Question reality. You know? Don't challenge it. Question it. Question it. You know, to find someone who's done, you know. Yeah, anyways. So this game, was it fun? Actually, I would say for a game jam, yeah, it is fun. Now let me digest this. If it was my personal decision, I wouldn't even be voting on this really. You know, if it was because of how it makes me feel. But it's a fair game jam entry. Let's talk about what they did right? The game itself, fun, enjoyable. It was like Frogger with an added twist. That's pretty cool. I like the ingenuity that went into it. 5 days and 12 hours before the deadline. They could have been way more polished, right? Potentially looking at it through the lens of, you know, the timeline, it looks like if they had 5 more days to work on it, they left it off a little early. It could use more polish. The audio, especially, wasn't very great. I think it's substandard. It's a 2.5 for me, maybe a 3. Let me get through the rest of this. The graphics, we don't know anything about the graphics. There was no credits. These are all made by different people, clearly. All of it. I don't know what's from Gdevelop, what's not, what they did. I have to give the graphics an all-time 1. I don't know what they did. I don't know what happened. It all looks like it came from somewhere, and they're all different people. The cars look different than the road. I think that they developed maybe the road themselves and some other stuff, but it's really, you know, without knowing for sure, I guess I'll give it a 2-star with the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to be so critical out of the gate. Originality, innovation, I would say this is a 3. It is a game jam specific sort of idea. I think that it's a little, you know, again, on the nose. Don't like that personally, but giving it a fair vote, removing my personal bias from it, I would say that I would expect this level of detail from a game jam. I feel guilty sort of giving it a 3-star here because of the assets, and I think that I'm actually going to drop it down 1 because the originality of all of the assets takes away from their actual creation. You know, they didn't ideate or create. I'm not saying that they have to do the graphics that way, but without any level of additional support or conversation around it or clarity, I'm not going to over make assumptions either, and in your benefit. I'm trying to be neutral about it. It doesn't really sit well with me. The theme overall, very well. I feel like the instability of that was very clear. They played in that pretty heavily, and they're going to get that 1 star from me because it was, despite how I feel about it, was it on theme? It was, and they did a good job about it. There's actually some elements that I did enjoy. I wish I could have enjoyed it differently. Okay. Those arrows, I thought there was going to be mobile control, not mobile control. I cannot see how that would possibly be mobile control. It is an icon that lets you know what's going on. Mobile control would have been very easy to do for something like this. It's just a couple of lines of code. There's not very much player movement or anything like that. It's a letdown for me in that regard. It doesn't have leaderboards. It isn't 3D. And leaderboard, 3D, mobile support. It does get 1 point for me. So below average overall. Good job, you know, at making a game and submitting it. Again, the deadline, you had more time, buddy. You should have taken it if you wanted to take yourself seriously. So this is some more assets that are from the Gdevelop store. I think that they're part of one of those CCO non-specific things, if I remember right. I've seen these assets so many times. 10 hours, 14 minutes. I'm expecting some sort of polish here. Let's take a look at it. I like that they try to include as much as they could into the layout as possible. Treasure Hunters by Pixel Frogs, excellent. The music is there. Buy Me a Coffee is there. I like that. They've done an excellent job at presentation without giving... I don't need to necessarily know the controls, but it is useful. If you do it, just make sure it's nice and clean. This is pretty straightforward. I like that. And, of course, they try to utilize the art that somebody else did. That's totally fine. Let's talk about what they did and how it ties itself together. I like this. This is cute. I can't go to any other level, so that's nice. Shit barrel. Let's do this. Fire the cannon. Reach the flag. Whoa! Huh. Okay, so that cannon fire is not working as it should. I'm getting blasted the wrong way. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright. So, other than that glitch, I would say that this is actually pretty interesting. So they have the barrel the wrong way. Maybe that's part of the instability, but I feel like that wasn't necessary. I love that they're using the water plugin. It's underutilized. I love the added texture that they did. This feels weird. That doesn't seem necessary with the flag in that position, but I do understand why. Being that it's the ship game, you could have used sand or something, not rock. I don't know. Just that feels a little strange to me. But to actually get to where you need to go, you have to shoot the cannon in the opposite in the direction you actually want to move in, which is unintuitive because of the way that all of it's built. Otherwise, pretty interesting. I'm not going to play that anymore because I feel like I absolutely got the idea. There's only 6 levels. How much more can you add to that mechanic? I need to go back to that because ship barrel. I think this is actually a great game jam game. So fun and game design, I would say actually that they had a really clever idea. I'm actually going to go to 3 stars because of that weird ship angle direction. I guess it was probably intentional, but even the cannon rotates in the wrong direction. So for me, that's a loss. Visual information is really important to pass through to a player to have them invested in interacting with your game. So for me, that is a 3 rather than a 4. The audio is okay. I like that they gave credit and everything. It's a little, I'll say it's actually an even thing. You know, it's pretty balanced. I didn't feel one way or the other. There's no settings or anything, so no additional points, but cool. Graphics, of course, kind of a 2 for me. There's inconsistencies, and that drops it down from a medium score. But I do think that, you know, it's pretty good overall. Originality, I'll actually give it a middle star because I like the way that they try to do the camera work. I like the way it breaks apart. That was actually really cool. They should have emphasized more of that in the instability. That is enough instability for me. I think that would have smashed it. It feels like a jetpack. You know, it feels a rocket boost, a rocket jump. Very cool. Cannon fire was pretty interesting. I like the overall engineering of it. It's pretty clever. When it comes down to theme, they definitely got the instability. They definitely get a point from me. It doesn't seem like there's any possibility that is mobile supported. There isn't any 3D, and there isn't anything else for me to rate on that one. Overall, it's just slightly down from a great middle ground entry. So congratulations, Zero. You know, you did a good job. There's some improvements to be made, some more polish to be done. Overall, I feel like that's a fair rating for what we're looking at. And yeah, good job. Your game deserves more rates. I have a few favorites. I have a top 10 currently. What's up, gameplay? Now going into this, 2 days and 10 hours before the very end. Another very unstable game. Somebody else did something like this as well. This is another rage annoying thing, but I'll give it a chance. I just do not like, this is an unstable game, do not play. Okay, I mean, maybe I shouldn't. Contains trophies that log you into with Game Jolt in the menu. Why would you use Game Jolt and not built-in Gdevelop? Very strange. It says APK, but is it actually mobile? And loud. Oh, no. No. Ow. I'm turning my audio all the way down. I turned your guys' audio all the way down. No, I mean, like, the quit the game just blacked the screen. It didn't actually do anything. That's cool. They chose to have it loud. That was their choice. You know what I'm saying? What is this?
Hi, this is a game, a very unstable game, and I'm the developer. But I'm too lazy to fix these issues myself, so you're gonna be the one to fix it. How do you fix these issues? Well, by a trusty control panel. It's on the top left of your screen. The gear icon.
All right.
Click it, and every time I encounter
I'm going to turn this up a little bit for you guys so you probably can't hear
for
it.
you to fix. Start by enabling physics. I love physics. It makes me go, yes!
Never mind. Yeah, the kid's voice acting. I like
Good job,
I like
buddy.
what he's
You're getting
trying to
the hang
do.
of this.
However,
Okay,
the intentional yelling in the ears, all of that stuff wasn't necessary. And again, it strikes me as one of those inappropriate games. I actually can't rate it, and again, I'm going to report it because it is intentionally trying to harm someone else. You know, like, these kids aren't thinking about what's actually going on. They have no concept of these, like, usually these sort of disabilities and things, so it's not their fault necessarily, but he made a choice. He made a choice to scream in his microphone for a laugh. I don't like that. I don't like it. Well, I could talk to you all freaking day about accessibility in gaming. I could talk to you all day. Just ask me any question you want to know. Absolutely. I mean, first thing, key mapping. You want the easiest answer? Key mapping. Let someone else control what keys they press to assign to their game. Because people don't have hands. You know, if you really want to make a game that includes other people, and I will let you know that that list of games is incredibly small. Incredibly small. Okay? Big game studios do it on accident, but for indie developers, you have to intentionally include it, okay? And that means going through the effort of researching who plays games with disabilities. There's people who play with their feet. There's people who have to use a touchpad. There are so many different varieties. The easiest thing for you to do as a developer, the easiest one-stop solution to begin having a good impact on the community, because these people are restricted to play those games. They can't choose anything else. What if you don't like Call of Duty? What if you don't like that? And if you don't allow generic controller input into your game, which is its own task and yes, it's a challenge, but you're a developer, damn it. Do your job. You know what I'm saying? Make remappable controls. Number one thing, mappable controls. If it's a game with audio and text, subtitles. If it already has subtitles, perfect. Don't need that. Right? Then you include accessibility features like audio inclusion or color blindness. Those are accessibility outputs. Now, Yarn does support key inputs, but you can actually you can use the remapping tool. And even though, like, if it does use a key, you can remap what that key does and how you use it, right? Also, include left-handed support in your video game. A lot of people have to switch the mouse settings to play their game, and even though they've selected there's actually a plugin for key remapping. At the push of a button, all the keys change. Also, you can tie it into your global variables if you use a structure. So you'll see it in my videos. If you watch them, every time I use a global variable structure called binds, key mapping, whatever you want to call it, and then I add one for each controller type. So Xbox, PlayStation, whatever. And then I also do one for controller. And anytime you change a state in a game, anytime you do anything like that, you can assign what key you have to press. And you can use the conditions of certain key pressings to pass through dialogue. Now, Yarn has some restrictions. There is some development happening with Yarn and an updated system coming that they're working on, if memory serves right. I thought I heard some information about that. And so there's going to be some stuff going on, but we can allow controllers to be remapped in Gdevelop already. And if you can't, you can actually target it with JavaScript in your own. So there's tons of ways that you could add it. Even if you can't do it at the drag and drop level interface. But as a developer, for someone who wants to make a fully end polished game, that's what you need to do. That's what it takes. That's what publishers are looking for. And I would say a good set of measure is to have a standard, right? So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show you guys that there is a standard for professionalism, and that's what we're talking about. One day, 4 hours before the end. Let's take a look. Punch, kick. That is a really interesting question. Overlays, transparency overlays, using color pickers in your game instead, making your game monochromatic and then adding color through the engine would allow you to easily transfer or toggle things over. Simply recoloring things based on those demographics. That's the easy answer. Otherwise, overlays and color changes using some sort of transparency or layer settings in the effects would probably be the way I go about doing that in Gdevelop. That's my food for thought. There's a couple of ways that you can go about that, but if you really want to go that far, I mean, that is, color blindness is like the last on the spectrum that people focus on, just letting you know, which is bad for the people that need that. Demographically speaking, there are a large majority of people that are already colorblind, and games don't do that. They're pretty used to not having those features. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, but you need to know your demographic and where the pain points are. Pain points are these solutions, these situations where a user would encounter an error in your game that would frustrate them or make them not want to play it again. Pain points are incredibly important. Yeah, iconography, shape, stuff like that. Having clear silhouettes, clear depictions of an item, the brain will fill in the information. But knowing your demographic, if you're going to make a game that includes those people, you need to do your own research or hire someone it's their job to tell you what to include in your game to make sure that you're making sure you're reaching those players that you're trying to include. There's games that people design specifically for people who are blind. Specifically for people who are blind. Yes, blind people play video games. 100% blind people play video games. Right? Not 100% of the blind people play video games. I'm saying they do play games. There are games that are made specifically for them, and it's a very small niche. But guess what? That's all the games that they get to play. So one of the challenges that I've always given people, if they ask me this question, do your research and try to make a simple project that is designed exclusively for a marginalized community. And that can also mean demographically. That means poor communities, right? Make your game accessible, free to play. That's ways that you can go about this. Don't add microtransactions. Go about being polite in the way that you go about your advertisements. Don't make them do an ad every time they want to do an action on your game. Be generous. These people have different spectrums of ability. Don't make any assumptions of anyone. If you make an assumption, you're treating your game with bias. You're assuming that certain people can or can't do something. Don't do that. The hardest thing to do as a designer, from engineering and art, is to not design based on what you believe looks good. It is called removing personal bias. It's very difficult to do because it takes a lot of practice, and no one's perfect at it. It doesn't exist, but that's why entire teams of people are comprised of user experience. We have ways of polling communities. We have ways of contacting people to get them to really analyze from each demographic. We know how to reach out to people with those demographics and get their actual improvement, Well, yeah, Steam pricing, right? Don't marginalize anybody. Russia, cheaper. South America, cheaper. Like different places, different values. You could do that. Yeah, absolutely. Take it into consideration. All of those things are deeply considered by people who actually care. And success in business is all about a demographic. Let me tell you something that is absolutely true. If you want to measure your business by a success rate, here's the secret. 10% of the people who come in and interact with you need to remain. Only 10%, because that 10% is the people who will continue to return to you. They'll continue to keep buying your product. If you have 1,000 people who come to your grocery store every day, and 100 people buy something, you're succeeding. That 10% threshold is kind of a bare minimum standard. There's also the rule of thirds. There's science behind all these measurements and things that are they're free and available to anybody to learn. Anybody can do it. All you have to do is take the time to want to learn those things. There's literally thousands of videos. You can go onto Udemy, you can go online, you can learn about all this stuff for free. It's all over YouTube. There really isn't an excuse. It's just laziness, or also not to say that everyone's lazy. I would like to also amend that statement and add in ignorant. And ignorance can also mean it means a lack of knowledge about. It's okay to be ignorant. Don't be willfully ignorant. Now that you know, go look it up. But if you don't look it up after this, then you remain willfully ignorant. If you're going to make a a game idea that's based on blindness, my suggestion would be a lot of audio cues. They see through audio. They see with their ears, right? If you are not making every there needs to be a warning that you're about to be hit. You need to be able to hear 3D spatial audio. Spatial audio would be very important for a 3D sort of game that it requires that. If it's an infinite runner, a lot of people that do infinite runner games, that design game, or Infinite Runner is one of the major titles, genre types that are included in blind gaming because of the audio cues. You can make a sound that lets them know as they approach and when to press the button. And you give them a little bit of extra, let's call it coyote time, game polish in each direction, a little bit of early and delayed jumping, and they have a good experience. They're able to rack up a score. They're able to understand what's going on because the audio cues tell them everything. So there's that. Anyways, punch, kick. Punch is D, kick is W. That feels a little weird. Pixel art is made in A Sprite, B box, and B box, respectively, by me and Beatbox. No, Beatbox. Beatbox? He must have meant to say P and T are way across from each other. Uh-huh. Let's see. Okay, this doesn't work, clearly. That's broken. They never fixed that, so they're not going to get any... I mean, it's pretty quiet. Oh, no, mine's turned way down. There we go. All right. Interesting. What? I like the animation, I guess. Oh, okay, they should have... Okay. Yeah. Spaghetti code. Wait, why is my player health at the top of the game where I can never see it? That isn't good. Oh, no. And also, why am I not kicking? Can you kick, please? Kick! Kick! Guy, what are you doing? Huh. No. And I actually, when I get hit, I don't even lose health. See? Boss? Dude, I'm stuck in the water now, guy. Oh, I better enter from the backside. They put all of their time into trying to make a boss that not only can't hurt me. Wait, he is hurting me. Why is my health above my head now? Oh, wait. Am I actually losing health, though? I can't. Oh, I'm regaining it faster than I'm losing it. I'll just go into this hole. Maybe he'll fall into the hole and I'll win. Okay, I don't even know. I don't have the time to play through that. Fun and game design, I'll give it a 2. Audio, I'll give it a 1. Graphics, I'll give it a 2. Clearly it was hand-drawn. They tried. Innovative and original. I didn't think anything special there. They get a 1 star for... Instability? What? Waters? Code? What? I don't know. So it made me have to think about it. This is a sub-average entry. There's not much else to say about it. Mimic. Unstable. Mimic. Interesting. I'm curious about the art, where it came from, who made it. Let's find out. 1 day left before the jam. There isn't any information here to let me know what's going on, so hopefully their game tells us something. Mimic's unstable. Start the game. No detail or information. Only that, I guess... I can't read this writing. It looks very... Wait a minute. You know what writing this looks like to me? There's a Steam game called... Oh, it's Vikings in it. What is it called? It's a survival game. It's top-down. Tribes of Tribes of Northgard? Hold on. Tribes of Midgard. Is that their font? Hold on. No, it's not Tribes' font. Whose font is that? That's gonna drive me nuts. This font. I know it from somewhere. I don't know where exactly. This is someone's font. I don't think this is allowed for commercial use, if I remember right. It has very Nordic influence in it, in its shape. It's gonna drive me nuts. Whose font is this? What game font is this? It's gonna drive me nuts. Is it actually Northgard? Is it Northgard's font? No, not Northgard. Definitely not. That's Shiro Games. I would know Northgard's font anywhere. It is some sort of Viking fonts. Let's go. I'm sorry, it's bothering me. It's not important, but there's some sort of Viking influenced game in one of these fonts that the E specifically is, it feels like it's based on, it is similar, but it's not it. There's something else. I don't know. I don't want to go dig through it right now, but there's something about this font that it comes from somewhere. I'm obviously driving me nuts. I've got, what is going on here? Okay, so it's only mobile support. I got hurt by something, I guess. I'm not sure. There's no audio. Only mobile support. Wait. What does that do? I don't understand. Why do I keep turning blue? Why does that keep happening to me? Now I'm a spider. Okay, I see what they're trying to do. I don't feel like I need to play this anymore. It is a mess. The presentation is a mess. The game mechanics are okay. No credits anywhere. Is it the Hercules movie? Okay, I was called Greco-Roman. Okay. Okay. I almost couldn't spell Hercules. Actually, it's Heracles. This drives me nuts. Is anybody else here a history nut? Because I'm going to tell you something. This is Greco-Roman, right? Like, yeah, it's very much the Hercules font. I'll have to actually take a look at it. It clearly inspired by. I have to be very careful on that usage of that font. It just stands out to me so much. But Hercules, okay, is actually the Roman version. This is Greek mythology. Heracles is actually the name of the Greek same character. Heracles, not Hercules. Hercules, Roman. Heracles, Greek. Unless I just flipped that around in my head. But no, that's right, because this is a Greek movie. Zeus. Yeah. Anyways. Drives me nuts. Disney, it made a fool of everyone. Caesar dressing is... Did you really find the font? Caesar, yeah. Font. Give me the font. Oh, is this a Google font? Oh, it is. All right, well, there you go. Designed by Open Window. Does it have copyright law? Let's find out. Because even Google Fonts, right? Sometimes they have licenses, if I remember right. And I think it says specifically about the license. About the license. The Greek alphabet. Open Window gravitates towards this. These fonts are licensed under the Open Font license. Okay, it isn't illegal. Okay, you can use them in projects as print, digital, commercial, and otherwise. Cool. It covers it. That was just bothering me. I've seen that somewhere, but it is very much based on the Greek Hercules writing. I could see that. That's probably where my brain was like, I don't like that. I don't know what's going on. I just know that I don't like it. All right. So sorry for that tangent. Let's go backwards and evaluate this game. I'm going to say overall fun and game design. I saw what they were doing. Pretty interesting, but it falls a little bit flat with this much time. I don't know that they actually spent very long on their actual game. It's a lot of asset drops. Audio, there is none. Graphics are all, other than maybe the attack animations. You know, there's no credit going on here, so it's hard for me to even give them anything more than a 1. No credit, no information. Some of these are, I don't believe that I don't know if they're all from Gdevelop, you know, what's going on. I want to see some uniqueness when I'm looking at a game project. I want to see where your talent lies. If it isn't engineering, then it should be art. If it's not art, then it should be something. Like, you know, you giving it your best. I believe that they probably did give it their best, did absolutely right. The attacking, auto attacking is pretty interesting. I got swapped into a spider for some reason. I don't like spiders at all, but, you know, that's fine. Innovative, creative. I didn't see anything unique. The theme is unstable. The mimic is unstable. I like the idea. The premise is there. And so I'll actually give them 1 point back to originality, because being a mimic and swapping characters is actually pretty clever. They have the regular point, the +1 point for being mobile, only mobile friendly. And I will actually give them a point because of that creativity. I don't want to give it to them in the originality and innovation. I want to give it to them in theme, because the whole idea of a mimic, very cool. I want to see more mimic games. I'm a huge Dungeons and Dragons nerd. I've been playing for 20 years. I absolutely love it. Creative stories and all of that. Environmental storytelling is one of my favorite things. I absolutely think that this had a lot of potential to be a really cool jam game, but unfortunately, due to probably a lack of experience, this is where we end up on that one. I think it was deserved the play. I think it deserved to play. I want to see more people give that one a shot. It is a little janky, but that's okay. This does not inspire me with hope. 7 hours and 55 minutes before the tower. No comments. What is the how to play? Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would play test them. Absolutely. Reach out to us on Discord. Come join us in our community at the Level Up Society. And you'll hang out with all sorts of other developers that would be amazing to hang out with and learn from as well. So we have all sorts of industry people in our Discord. So hopefully you'll join us. 1 key, 2 is a circle, 3 is a rectangle. So there's not even art done here. This one is ripped somewhere. What is going on? What is this? Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. I don't... Wait. What am I supposed to be doing right now? Yeah. All right. Right. The tower. You know, there's nothing going on here. Like, nothing. I don't understand. There's, like, no context, no instruction. 7 hours before the deadline. What is this? This is a meme game. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go away. Unstable pirate. I love pirates. 2 hours before the deadline. You're cutting it pretty close, bud. I like... whoa, they got blurred. AD, let space, shift, S to dive. Oh, boy. Okay. 7 types of platforms. Platform edges can be grabbed. Be wary of the lighting. Okay. Wow, I really fell, didn't I? I'm not. What? So what you're saying is that I can literally just continuously jump on these ledges. Oh! And just keep getting scored. Oh! Okay, the audio glitch is really obnoxious, but it's not their fault. I'll do my best to not keep tapping it. Oh. It saved me. I'm very surprised at that. Get out of here. I stepped on it. Alright. Oh, that doesn't hurt me at all. Oh, only when he lands. Oh, no, it does. Okay. I guess I could see what they were trying to do with the game. It's kind of obnoxious, the jump sound. If I just tap it lightly, I guess I can survive it, but anyways, we're gonna end there. Oh, I'm not gonna log in for that now. I'll just submit it that way. Leaderboard is loading. Let's find out if it actually works. It does, and I got the third top. So that somebody else played this, obviously not me. Let's talk about this. Fun and game design, I'll give it a 2. I could see where they're going with it. The audio is atrocious. The graphics, I think they made the character. The rest of it is asset rips. This looks kind of AI generated. I don't know who did that, so I ding them for it, but it's already dinged once. Originality and innovative, no, not really. Does it follow the theme of unbalanced? Absolutely, and that's what you get for a rating for me. Now we're going to play Midnight Woods, 15 minutes and 3 seconds before the end of the jam. This is the first ever one. It's a platformer roguelike. They've got some standard controls and stuff here. Let's take a look. Okay, handmade graphics. I like to see that. This is what I'm talking about. It's very, even if you don't have your hands animating, there's a lot of tools and things that you can do, techniques that you can learn to make your game still be fun, even though you don't have those mechanics in it. I like that my arrow goes all the way through platforms. That would be frustrating if not. On this one, I don't like how... Oh. All right. Okay. All right. So you're saying is I can just do this now. There you go. It was taking forever to kill these guys, but that's because I couldn't shotgun blast them, but now I can. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's definitely created off of a Pokemon. Tangle, right? Or whatever the heck its name is. Yeah. I don't know what it's called. Clearly it looks like that Pokemon. There's 2 guys in that stack. Or he's dead now. The one in the back. 3... Dude, what? How many arrows? Okay, so the 3 arrows, it's only per round, which is frustrating. I thought it would have actually, like, stacked, but I've taken the same benefit every time, and it's done nothing for me. So that bird is broken, for one. Okay, there's 2 of them stacked on top of each other. Very frustrating. That shouldn't be the case. I like it. I see what they're doing. This bird's a problem for me. It glitched through the floor. I like the 2D overlay. I like that they added that vignette. Not necessary, you know, obviously. Okay, so yeah, the 3 arrows doesn't work at all. So it's supposed to be adding more arrows, but I just increased my damage now. So, yeah, game's bugged, but that's okay. Let's go back and review it. Overall, the fun game design for Game Jam is a total 3 for me. It makes sense to why they did it. I understand. I would say overall the audio was a little subpar for me, a little glitchy, a little chunky, but I do understand the graphics looks almost entirely done by them. In fact, I would say the graphics are a cool 4. We'll go to 3 actually. I feel like there was a little bit of confusion on what maybe your mobs were supposed to be or what you wanted to do. You know, with all this moon forest stuff, I'm surprised there wasn't more foresty sort of creatures to be fighting. The theme wasn't really cohesive. And so, but it was it was interesting, at least with the overlays and everything else, a lot of handwork done. So I would say 3 is there. Original, innovative. It's a 2-star for me. I didn't feel like there's anything super special. It was supposed to be a roguelite, a platformer roguelite, and the roguelike mechanics were broken. So that's a half of a polish, you know, point off for me. 15 minutes before. They probably spent a lot of their time on art or didn't have a whole lot of time to work on the project or join the jam really late. Either way, I would say that overall, this is a just, I would say that with the theme, let me take a look here. It looks like it's only Windows supported. There is no mobile, there's no 3D, there is no leaderboard, right? Yeah. So, unfortunately, there I can't continue the rating. They get a single one unstable. I'm not sure what the instability was. The game mechanic, does the roguelike just sometimes not give you what you need? There's a preset amount of levels, and so that seems kind of weird. I don't see what the instability is. Maybe it was in that story bit. So I would lose. They would lose a point for that if I could give it to them. But I will give them 1 star for creativity, and unfortunately, they get nothing else from me on that one. They didn't follow the theme. I don't feel like it's in. I just don't see what's going on there. I have to think about it, and that's the bad part. But otherwise, it would have been about a standard entry into a game jam. Overall, pretty interesting. It probably deserves more rates, but it could use some tune-up. Unstable Cauldron. I've seen many games like this. 13 minutes, 17 seconds. It feels like they may have been pushing their luck here a little bit. All this art looks kind of AI cut. Maybe they did do it. It's hard to say, but there's this weird jagged white line, which means it looks like they found it online. Look, you can see this red glow down here where there was a fire. So in the original picture, they cut it out, which down here there is that picture. But who made this art? What's going on? Let's find out. There we go. Make sure we go backwards here. They just say it's made by 2 people. I don't want to make any assumptions that they made everything. It's really hard for me to say anything about it. There's some effects going on here, but did they actually make it? I don't know. I would say no. If I was to look at this and be like, did these people make all of the art? It is clearly hand drawn. So, like, this doesn't look like a mouse. Actually, some of it does look like a mouse. But these lines are so straight and then not straight. So this is actually a mouse. But I feel what they did was they took a picture that already existed and then drew over the outline to give it that look. But then there's some stroke marks here that you can see and tearing. And it's actually, okay, hold on. This concerns me because when I zoom in, you see that level right here, that transparency in that texture, that looks like anti-aliasing. But to be able to do that on such a large scale with all this reflection and everything, I don't know. Like, the lighting appears to be drawn in, like, it was a 3D object that they took a picture of or something else. But also, when you see artwork like this and then you get to the front page and it's not hand scripted, it's not detailed, it does come across as artificial. Inconsistent, at the very least. So, I've been studying art for a long time. If they did do all of this, then I'm pretty impressed. So, maybe. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Some sort of Blender's grease pencil. It looks like a 3D object with like the cell shaded lighting on it with just like a slight outline on the cell shading. That could be true too, because of the way that the banding is happening across the model. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on in here. It doesn't bring me confidence, unfortunately. I wish it did. It would be a shame if they did do all of this and then I'm roasting them publicly. But because I've never seen these characters before anywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's what strikes me as strange. I don't remember seeing anything like this on any of the asset stores. Some of it looks pre-generated, pre-rendered, right? The 3D scene. So maybe it was a 3D scene that they built and they just took some screenshots of, added some effects to. That would make sense to me if that is what they did and they have the skills to do that. The character's eyes are throwing me off because they're clearly a 3D model. This is clearly a 3D model. That is then a picture taking of it, but maybe that is what's going on. What am I supposed to do? 6 plus 6? What? Oh, I don't need to take the ingredient? Okay. Wait, I didn't do it well enough? What? What? Uh-huh. All right, so overall design, I'll give it a medium. I think it's pretty interesting. It's hard to tell who did what, but that's more of a later on sort of thing. I like the premise of it. It's an educational game. That's why I gave you a bonus point. Otherwise, it would be a 2 for me. The audio. What audio? There's like nothing going on there. Overall, the graphics are a 2. I would give it a higher one if I knew for sure. I'll actually give it a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. I'll give it a middle 3. Give it a middle 3 out of fairness. I don't want to make any jump to conclusions too far, but there's a lot of inconsistencies that I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. And because it is 3D, maybe that was the point. But I don't think the scene is 3D. I think they took a 3D scene and then put 2D objects on top of it. Is that 3D? No, it's actually 2D. It's a 2D recording. You know what I'm saying? Is that actually 3D? No. No, it's not. It's not using the engine to make it 3D. Unless they added the 3D to the engine, exported it as a level. Otherwise, no. But the way that everything moves, it looks falsely placed. Like the 2D objects weren't really in the right place. The Z depth, because you could have done a 3D sprite and tucked it in if it was a true 3D image. I don't think this is truly 3D. So originality and innovative, I'll give it a middle ground. There's a lot of Cauldron games out there. Mathematical, the way that they try to put it together in presentation, it's a little, it's been done already, but not as often as you would think. I'll give it a 3. Overall theme, unstable. Clearly we can see that with the potions. Another thing that stood out to me, I'll give it a point because overall it does have a cohesive design. And I do like that, the way that they try to tie it all in. But like the text, if you're capable of doing all this 3D art and no text, that seems strange. This is like the most basic of font churning that you could possibly do. That's what makes me feel like it wasn't. But then all of this design time gives me the idea that maybe, so, I'm just speaking aloud here. No mobile support, no leaderboards, no 3D. I'm not giving them a 3D point. Not unless you can prove to me that that's 3D, but everything looks to me like it's 2D. I'll change that if the developer reached out to me and says, hey, butthole, that was actually 3D. All right. 7 days. 7 days out of 9 days. No. Sucks. Why loot and dare? Maybe that's the interesting. That tag makes me, obviously using that. Yeah. What is this? Arts are all over the place, stretched, weird, breathing. Yeah, okay. We're not doing this. Eggs? Runes? What are the runes for? What are the weird triangle trees? Who thought this was a good idea? Published 30 days ago. It's actually disqualified. Published 30 days ago. So someone did this for Lunam Dare, didn't have the time, they wanted somebody to play their game, and somehow no one has caught this and also has been sitting on this game and voting for it. Did no one check? Really? Come on, guys. Just look with your eyeballs. Look with your eyeballs. All right. Invalid game submission. Published over 30 days ago for another jam. Also, really bad. I hope that makes somebody laugh, whoever reads that in Gdevelop. Because someone's going to have to read every single one of the ones I reported. And I thought, hopefully that cracks a smile. They're going to see so many copy and paste from me, but then hopefully that last one is like, yeah, okay. Forest Frenzy. I think I've seen this art before. It looks like it comes straight out of an asset pack from Itch. 22 hours before the deadline. Let's see. Maybe they're just emulating somebody else. I don't want to make any judgments there. Introduction. The third Mini fantasy. Okay. For the wait, what? Two jams at the same time, huh? Yeah, I knew that this was done by Mini Fantasy. I thought so. I have all these on itch. I buy all that guy's stuff. Amazing. I have like $3,000 in assets on itch. Audio's kind of all over the place. Credits. Leaderboard. Is it working? It is working. How to play. Audio is working. Mini Fantasy, of course. This is all of his assets. I'm collecting flowers. Whoa, there's a bear! What am I supposed to do? How do I collect it? Ah! I don't want to get mauled by a bear again. Was there... I wasn't paying attention to the instructions. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Go away. I picked it up. Ah, leave me alone, bear! Oh, good. I'm getting mauled. I like that. I like that. Drop it off! In the far corner of their correct season. Okay, look here. Oh, it's a tree man! I was like, why is the tree man attacking me? So these won't pick up at all, by the way. Those are definitely flowers. I'm picking them up, I guess, or I'm losing them. I don't know what's going on. That went up, I think. Oh, I picked up a squirrel. Woo! It doesn't drop it off. There is no way to drop it off. I love it. All right. Fun and game design is a I'll see it's a 2. I can see what they're going for it. They didn't really do anything in it. The audio is completely like it's kind of on point, I guess, for the menu and everything. Otherwise, not very innovative. This is using somebody else's graphics, which is totally fine. The credit was given. Actually, I would give it a 3 because I feel like it does incorporate to the thing. Originality and innovative, even a 3. I would have loved to see it actually function, unfortunately, so that's why they lost a point here. In terms of overall theme and game design, it is exclusively PC. They're not going to get a point from me because they hardly did any work. They just slapped it together and allowed the animations to play. So did they actually do anything? No, not really. I'm sorry. It's just the reality of it. I think they spent most of their time on that menu. That's like the thing that they spent the most time on, probably. So now looking at this, again, is it unstable? I don't even know what's the unstable part about it. The time slip stream thing, the fact that it doesn't work, yeah, making me think about it. So no point for me on that one. None of the other support matters. Oh, they do have leaderboards. Sorry, they have leaderboards. I gotta give them the leaderboard. Yeah, there's that. Core unstable. Press start. Press space to start by Phoenix Games. 5 days before the end of the jam. Come on, buddy. Hopefully you didn't just make a basic platformer. You're 12 years old. Cool. This is the first game you made. I hope you enjoy it. The music was written by my mom. That's adorable. That's adorable. Let's check this out. Okay. White on white, not a great design choice, buddy. Your mom made the music? What a talented mom. For her 12-year-old son's game. I died. Skill issue. The game didn't end. Oh, there it goes. All right. So all right. I'm going to make 12-year-old's dream for a minute. All right. Let me do this for many reasons. But this is really important to me, right? My daughter's the same age as this boy. And out of consideration of their own representation, that's what gets you consideration. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, okay? A 12-year-old made this. Clearly, they did put effort into it. There's a lot of time left. They said that their mom made the music. Okay, so assuming that all of that is true, because that's what they told us, and I'm going to take him at face value, I have some things I want to say about the game, and I'm going to leave him a little message. So, first and foremost, let's take a gander at this game. It's a pretty basic game, but I see that they're going for multiple designs. The instability of movement is actually pretty clever. Let's not criticizing any of the way that's put together yet. Let's talk about the game mechanics. I actually think that this is above average, even though he had so many days left to design, and I'll tell you why. He thought about it. You can tell that he thought about it. And that's what matters. These other games that are like drawn memely and everything, he understands he's not a great artist, so he chose something else to do. I would have liked to see more representation, but these are like, some of them look hand-drawn. I think they might have all been hand-drawn, actually. But some of these assets do look like other assets, of course, that pre-exist. So mimicking them, stylization, I'm going to assume that he actually did the graphics himself. These are pretty easy to do, and that's obtainable at that age. I'm not going to harass that. The audio is actually above average for me. Why? If it is true that his mom did it, and that's the credit that they're going to give mom, then that's fine. But without that message... Yeah, he did make the player shape change. The white on white was a bad design choice, and hopefully he'll understand why, but that's also part of the challenge, if you think about it. I think that was intentional, and I want to say that he intentionally chose that, knowing that was a bad decision, but not for... I don't think that's why he made that choice. I think he made that choice not knowing it was a bad decision and why, but from a game development perspective, a thought-trained perspective, I'm on board with what this kid is thinking. The fact that his mom made him music in less than a couple of days has me a little... doubting that story entirely, but I think it is a beautiful message. He did draw it himself. It is actually pretty cohesive. It ties itself together. It does tie itself together. I have roasted games for less. I have absolutely roasted games that have done even more. Absolutely. But we have to consider all of the circumstances. All of them. Okay? So let's talk about this. Innovation and overall creativity. I saw what he was trying to do. I felt it. I seen it. That's true. No, it's true. More people involved in that production, right? Two different artists involved. I'm not that it's not possible. It's a pretty straightforward loop. So I will give them the audio on it. I'm not going to ding them any of that. I think it's above standard, even if it's one track. Mama made it for her boy. Is that not the cutest story in a game jam ever? I love that. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it is. And if it is true, I love it. On a personal level, I would give him all 5 stars if I could. So let's talk about it. Originality, innovation. I gave it a 2. I'm going to bump it up to 3 because of how cute it is, the cohesion of the originality. Yes, we've seen other platformers where you change perspective. Yes, we've seen this sort of stuff, but we're talking about a young mind who has less experience of reality than us adults. We're talking about numerous decades for some of us. And I am impressed at specifically because of this deadline. I would have liked to see him to do more, of course. And, Alpha Trainer 007, buddy, wherever you are out there, I want to say good job. You should be proud. welcome to being an indie developer at such a young age. Congratulations. You took it seriously, and I appreciate you for that. I appreciate that you took all of our time seriously. You actually gave it an awesome try. I know I didn't continue to play your game. I will come back and play it again. I love it, buddy. Good job. Good job. Theme-wise, it's flat. You know, there's not much I can do here. I will be brutal about the theme because that I've been genuinely on top of. I feel like. So yeah. Theme-wise, unstable, can totally see how that's true. The constant changing, I died due to instability. That was pretty good. He got me early on, so appreciate that. I like to have experienced a little bit of the game, so the game design was actually okay. It's not available for mobile. It doesn't look like. I don't see any, there's no 3D, no anything like that. He's going to get a star from me, of course, because, what a family thing. I want to see more credit if necessary, but overall, I'm going to give him an above average rating. And yeah, Teasen also had submitted hours before me, and is really, provided some excellent information. I want to digest this. I've left that on YouTube. I'll link them back to it later on if they want to hear about it. Overall, there we go. I feel like it's a generous sort of thing. I didn't want to talk during that time. I think it's beautiful that your mom and you made something so special for your first jam entry and at such a young age. Keep up the good work, lad, and continue to learn and strive. Well done. Now let's see some polish in the game and update everyone on your progress. What a touching experience this was. And that is what it's all about. It's not about how many people vibe with your game. It's about that 10% that do. I vibe with this. 11 people so far have played it. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10 people. 6 out of 11 people now. That's over 50%. That is more than 10%. This kid is winning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, in total. Maybe somebody else just rated it too. Good job, kid. That's a success. Indie dev, well done. Tip my hat off to you. Car racing simulator. Okay, it looks like kind of a mess at first glance. No offense. These 3D assets, I'm not sure where they came from. I don't know who made them. Okay, we have got nothing going on there. No information. Development log 7 days ago. He's probably just got W pressing cars that are just going to bounce off the walls and move around. I'm not going to do that. Target, how many laps? Not going to do that. It makes me. That doesn't make me happy. We're going to start the race. How many laps? 1. Default control? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Right. Okay. So, can't play the game. I don't like how everybody else can do that, and I can't. I don't know why the game hates me. Test 1, 2, 3. Start the race. Oh, we'll do 5 laps. Okay, there we go. The angle of the camera. Okay. Everything's going the same. Oh no, all of them just slammed into the wall. No AI development at all. This is just move forward and bounce off, collide with the walls. So I can't, I see where they're going. I see where they're going with it. This is not 9 days worth of work. It's honestly not great in that way. I don't know where the art came from. It looks ripped. The road is clearly, I don't know what's going on there. No turns, roughly thrown together. Fun and game design, I'll give it a 1. Audio, nothing. Graphics, 1. Originality, 1. Theme, unstable. What? I would honestly, huh? Sorry about that. Fall from Grace. This is interesting. Okay, 2 days before the end of Neo Lab. You'll need to get the points by walking on the platforms. The points will disappear, so be careful. WSD to move R to reset. Sound effects were created by Creative Commons license. Yeah, so that's okay. CCOs. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know where that came from. Amazing. You took the time to be active in everything, so thank you. This is interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, I like this. So can I just... The answer is yes, Alex, you can. You asked a question and you learned. Yeah, no! God, I fell through a whole floor. They see me roll on. They hating. Oh, no. Oh, no! I did this to myself by rolling through the middle. I'm falling forever. This is going to be an end. Hello? That looks like it's going to go on forever. So that's the end of the game. Overall fun and game design, I'm going to give it a 2. I see what they're doing. It's kind of original, so I like that. I mean, I've seen other games like this, disappointing platforms. A lot of mini games that are like Mario Party inspired have games like this. Very interesting, very cool. I like the layers mechanic. I would have liked to see an actual leaderboard. So I can see that they were leading towards that. There's no respawn. That's super unfortunate. And maybe there was, but I was not going to wait any longer. That's a waste of my time, therefore a waste of your time. The audio was suboptimal. I'll give it a 2 because there was an attempt there. It doesn't look like, the graphics wasn't like amazing. There wasn't anything really going on. There was some sort of attempt here, I think. So I'll put a 2 in there. Originality, innovation, unfortunately. Cool game, but it kind of has already existed in a lot of ways. There's no understanding of what this is about. The theme, falling from grace, unstable. It does make it because the platforms disappear. I thought about this myself. If I was going to work as an indie dev by myself on this game jam, I would have done something to stabilize platforms. So that's an interesting thing. No mobile support. No point from me on this one. No leaderboards. It is 3D, so they get another point there. So a little substandard overall. I would have liked to see more polish, specifically because, I mean, maybe they spent a lot of time trying to come up with their idea. A lot of this is layered, so all they're using is 3D objects, plane objects, or shrinking it down to a small cube. On Impact, they're changing the sprite, or they're using a color tool to do that. And then after that, they used the depth layer, and that probably took a little bit of time. But I imagine what they did was, if they were smart about it, worked from the bottom and put that at the very bottom, made the next level, and then looked at it from a top-down perspective to make sure that they in fact could fall, and kept doing it that way. Or they made them all in external layouts and laid them on top of each other. I'm not really sure exactly how they went about it, but overall, a little substandard. I would like to see a little bit more. 2 days before the jam, let's check this out. This game work on Android, okay? I clicked 2 buttons. Out of gas. Okay, so this looks exactly like the, Is that the whole premise? Oh, there is a mechanic here. I can drive. What? Oh, it's a foot pedal. I was like, what in the domino is this? Very confused. Very, very, very confused. I'm going to lower that down for you guys. I'm going to put it back at negative 30 decibels. Failed. You ran out of gas before you reached the gas station. So you're saying that the RNG mechanic is that I will not make it in time under any circumstances. That's the mechanic. That's not unstable. Yeah, I like that your car is smoking. Do you know how gas works, bud? Have you ever... Am I gonna fuel up? Oh, that's the button to fuel up. Congratulations, your petrol is full. Oh. Uh-huh. So overall here, overall fun and design, I'll give it a 2. I understand what they're trying to do. The audio's kind of obnoxious. It doesn't fit. I don't understand what's going on. The graphics were hand done, clearly, which is kind of cute. The originality and innovation here is an all-time 1. All-time 1. Yeah, I think that with this one in specifics, I liked the original premise. Interesting. They get a star. Original. Running out of gas. Okay, I'll give them another star. Now that I'm thinking about it, some cohesion there. But the rest of it, the mechanic, there was like no mechanics, right? So actually, fun goes down, originality goes up. I'll do that. And then overall theme, unstable. You have to make me think about it. Gas being unstable. The car looks fine. There's no real urgency to the situation. I would get out and walk 10 feet. You know, I'd walk a half of a mile to go get a whole day if I had to go get gas, you know? Like, in a game's perspective where it's RNG, where the gas station is, and there's a guaranteed way, that means laziness in production. You could have fixed that. It wasn't necessary. Overall, I'm just not going to do it. So, going back to our general overview here, where are we at? We have done 145 games. There are still 125 to do, which is insane. So, I'm going to start going through the list as I go and skipping over the ones that we're going to, entirely do. Grumpy Potato just asked, have you tried Farm Flipper yet? Love, that's your submission? I don't think I have. I have not. Let's take a look. You're here, Grumpy. I appreciate it. Let's talk about it. All right. Sorry, I had to close something down. Okay. So, let's take a peek at this. 4 hours and 2 minutes before the deadline. Okay, that doesn't tell me too much about what's going on, but let's have a look here. I've seen this game a few times. Okay, so I like that. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at this. I'm gonna read this. Next time, if you're gonna do something like this, do a black background because then it'll kind of display your game a little bit better. But on top of that, black on white is harder to read than, black on a white screen is harder to read than black background with white text. Actually, the contrast is better for you that way. So if you could switch this over to black, it would be really nice. That's just presentation without any other adjustments. It's kind of the minimal thing that you could do, which is totally okay. A game where you are a farmer trying to grow crops and flip commodities at the farmer's market, which is cute. I live in a farming community with farmer markets, so that's pretty cool for me. All the while strategically trying to avoid the unstable weather patterns and that seem to pop up. The overbearing government, rat infestations, thieves, okay, all real things that farmers do have to worry about. I only had 2 days of work on this solo, so I apologize for any sort of bugs, problems encountered, and any. Please feel free to let us know. When did you update this? Got him. Got him. He updated this because he knew I was going to review his game, and he didn't put all the links in. That's okay. I appreciate that you learned something. Interesting. This is like a Wix sort of page, it feels like. Some sort of instant setup. I like that you're learning to be a game developer. This gives me a little bit of context to who you are. Not that it's really important. I think that I don't want to comment about your website. It's not really my business. I would say there's some improvement here if you wanted to have an attractive website, right? But that's okay. That comes with time, no stress. But especially if you're going to be throwing it out there, maybe want to make that more it's your portfolio, right? It should be more polished than your games themselves. Arguably the most important representation of yourself, if you have your own domain, is that it's neat, tidy, and organized. Otherwise, it makes you look worse. You know what I'm saying? Anyways. Okay. Ouch. Ow. 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 As you said, very loud. I forgot. I'm going to turn that all the way down for me. Very loud. That's okay. So, it wasn't intentional. I understand that. See, are you amazed at how much Alex knows? You've been here for a little bit. I'm not tooting my own horn there, though. I'm just saying that I do have a lot of experience. I can tell you where websites are made. I can tell you a lot about the industry. It just means I'm aware. But my accuracy has been on point. I'll have you know. All right, let's go in here to the play. I like this. Let's take a look at it. This is kind of cute. There's nothing really going on. Clearly, they did this by their hand, right? In general, we're gonna buy some potatoes. I love potatoes. We're gonna buy we need some milk. Okay, I don't know what beef. We're gonna buy beef. Everything's really cheap right now. I'm not sure. Onions are super cheap. We're gonna buy some onions. We're gonna get some 20 onions. We get some 8 pieces of corn. Potatoes are always in season. We got no more. Beef owned. Let's go to the farm. Oh, growing onions. Growing potatoes, growing corn, growing potatoes, growing potatoes, growing corn, growing onions, growing onions. I like this. Cool. I like that I know who made this. I'm hoping this is from, I think, the free pack from the people who made the book animations. They have a lot of stuff on itch. I'm very familiar with the pages of that. Looks like you're using that, which is obviously drawn via a pinned tablet. You can tell by the detail, but I see that you have some overlapping text. This wasn't brought up to the front of the menu. That's okay. This is all sort of like indie stuff, That's all right. I'm just letting you know, obviously, what I'm seeing right away. You could have fixed that by moving this up to a different layer, making sure the layer is on the top in Gdevelop when you show this layer, but otherwise, at least there's something here. It takes 6 months to grow, so then what am I supposed to do? Market? I have no money. I gotta speed up time. I'm gonna assume that it does probably have that. I have never seen Gdevelop do this outside of it being a layer option. You may have set the Z layer inside of your program as well. There's a conflicting Z order issue. And what you can do is simply say target because right now you're replacing the text in your game, right, with whatever you clicked on. So what you can do inside of that as well is assign that text to a text group, assign all of the text that's outside of this into a text group at the beginning of the game, or whenever this opens, set the Z order to +1 over top of that group, and that would have solved the issue in programming right away. So now I have to actually, the inconvenient part about this game is the lack of clarity with the buttons, but so far so good. News doesn't actually do anything for me, it doesn't seem like. I'm going to keep passing it. It takes 6 months to grow anything, so unfortunately that's a little slow in the beginning. It would have been fun if there was stuff here for me to click at the beginning and then I selected things to grow. I felt like that would have made sense. Seed shop 565. I don't know how to sell anything. They're still growing, so what, I need another month of growth. There we go. Now I have all the stuff. No, I don't. I don't know what was supposed to happen there. Let's try that again. I like that you kept track of that. I was trying to break it. Oh, I own 70. Okay, so they just didn't update. Seeds are different than owned. That's a little unclear. I'll let you know that. That it wasn't made very clear when I went to the... Oh, no, I clicked the wrong button. We're going to sell all of our potatoes. Yeah, I mean, totally. This makes sense. I don't know where beef comes into play. Beef or milk. I feel like maybe you ran out of time and didn't include them, or maybe over a couple of months I'll get new ones. But I don't have any animals or anything, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know if I'm supposed to eat or what. There's a lot of this. I would like to have been able to sell at, like, maybe control how many I can sell via input. I see. So moving back over, months are passing, our farm is doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, so that wasn't really explained, but that does make sense. You should definitely make it a user input for visibility. Put a little box here with a left and right arrow, change that number or let them physically type it in, but usually an arrow as well. And then they let them choose how many they want to sell at a time, because maybe they want to sell all of them. Doing 10 at a time is very inconvenient unless you really explain those controls very clearly. Otherwise, I see what you're going for here. Maybe the control was in here, but I can't read some of this because it's like overlapping. Food grows at different rates. So maybe, you know, potatoes they don't take 6 months to grow. Potatoes grow really fast. Corn, onions, they grow at different rates, you know? I've never experienced any issue with buttons. I highly suggest if you're going to use buttons, that you use the extension that is button state machine. It'll make your life immediately easier. You can make anything into a button, including text. If you're not using the button state machine, what is wrong with you? You can use, it has hover states, it has idle states, it has clicked states, and then you can make anything you want. So I'm gonna skip back here and we're gonna talk about this a little bit. So Farm Flipper, right? Is it fun? Is it engaging for a game jam? I think because of you left a couple components that aren't usable. I have to ding you 1 point, otherwise it would be a perfect in the middle for me. And that's because overall I can see what you're trying to do. You just didn't have enough time to finish it. For only working on it a couple of days, I can see why that happened. But because of that effort level, you're going to get dinged there. Audio could have been better. There's no like clicking sounds or anything like that. I feel like there was kind of bare minimum. I'll give you a 2 because there was audio. 1 is like worst possible scenario. The music was insanely loud, which you already knew about. You pre-warned me. I didn't listen. I got roasted for it. That's on me. But you know, they got something. Put that in the description. Warning, it's loud AF, you know. And then into graphics, all hand-drawn, you know. I love that you did it hand-drawn. I feel like maybe there was an opportunity, you know, because of how short on time you were, to include somebody else's assets and just give them inclusion for it. But because you did it all yourself as a solo developer, maybe that was your intention. And I think that, of course, the final polish could have gone all the way through, but there is a lot of cohesiveness in all of your pictures. There isn't anything that stands out to me that doesn't belong, so I'm actually going to bump that graphics up 1 level, even though some would argue that the art isn't quote-unquote great. In my opinion, it is good enough. It looks like you upscaled your art here, so when you exported your art, these are supposed to be a 2x2, so a 4 square block, but when you export them, they become like 6 times the size if you increase them. So like there's like a lot of pixels in here, and it makes everything look super blocky, because I can tell that that you upscaled this because of the resolution of everything else. This is really small. Look at that line work right there. Look at the line work and how fine it is. This is absolutely a picture that was scaled up too big. I would actually scale this back down, add some like a hay loft up here, maybe show some hay hanging out. Show us some farm animals up front, open a door, let us see into this world of the farmer's life. This is, you know, a little unfortunate. I know you had plans to add a barn, but that's part of that mechanic that didn't get finished. And of course, for only working on it for a couple of days, again, this is what sort of happens. Original, innovative, I'll give it a 2-star because I do feel that in terms of a jam entry, farming simulators and things like that are pretty straightforward. There was an opportunity here. There was some YouTube. There's a lot of YouTube content on how to make farm games. There's a lot. I know because I've done like 200 hours of it, and tons of other people have too. There's also some really cool stuff that is something that I lost my train of thought there. I was reading your text. Shoot. Yeah, so overall, I'm not going to judge it too much. There's some cohesiveness. That's what really lets you stand out. It's a little sub-average overall for me because it is an early game for you. You didn't have all the time to finish it. The instability theme we didn't get to see because you put it too far into the game. I'm not going to dock you for it because I do know it's supposed to be there. I just didn't see it carefully, or didn't exist long enough to stick around for it because it was kind of tedious a little bit. And that's why your fun in game design got smacked down a little bit. No 3D, no leaderboards, no mobile support. I will give it 1 point from me because I do like that you did all of this yourself, that you did your very best. The audio is the only thing that I don't think you did yourself at all. But I didn't see any credit for that. But okay. Sorry, I had to read somebody else posted. You've got 28 people who've played your game so far. I'm actually kind of impressed that you've had so many visitors considering everything. So, good job there. I would say for a secondary, for the first, for someone who did it all themselves, only had a little bit of time left. It's a shame that we didn't get to see more polish. I've roasted games that have, for not focusing on that sort of stuff, but you've been very transparent about your situation. That deserves a vote of honesty in terms of overall performance. So I'm going to leave you it's less than average, right? For someone who's still learning game development, who's still learning pixel art. You're exactly where you should be, Potato. You're exactly where you should be. Don't let this vote you downwards. This is amazing. You're an indie developer now. You've been doing it for a little while. I can see. I feel like for the jam, you ran yourself out of time. You didn't have enough time. I did actually, I looked at your website, of course, so there's some stuff going on there. And I'll have to check that out another time. Thank you for allowing me to review that with you. We have just a few days left and a lot of games that I would still like to review. Unfortunately, if you guys can hear it, my voice is starting to go out. I will absolutely play your game before I get off here. So somebody else jumped in. If you guys are watching and would like your game reviewed, please drop that in now so I can get that started for you. Soon I will be getting off because I'm losing my voice, and I'm going to need it again for another session tomorrow. So let's do this for Cardvart. This is what's your game is called? Focus. Right. Yes. Okay. 15 hours and 52 minutes before the end of the jam. So done during the last day. You haven't voted for this game, of course. There's some 3D elements. I can already see it. The lighting, it looks pretty good at top-down glance. A lot of free assets going on here. Hopefully, we see you crediting them as is deserved. That's okay. I like to see that. Just so you know, if you want the link to be good, remove any spaces or dashes that are in your title, and the link itself will propagate like it's supposed to. Unfortunately, that little thing does mess it up automatically. Arrow keys, left to shoot, right to okay, cool. I like that little information here. When you have a gun, of course, weapons, fists are 0. They provide no benefit. I would say don't ever use 0 ever as a number, because number 1 is the first one on your left hand. If you're playing WSD, your hand is already over here. Number 0 makes me reach from here all the way to the other side of the keyboard. Ergonomically, that is a bad design point just because of a lot of things. So hopefully you understand that, why you wouldn't want to do this. And then the rest of that makes sense. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 0, 1, 2, 3. You did it like an array, which is very strange to me. Even if fists aren't the major point, make them the last button. Make them number 4. You know what I'm saying? Prioritize the buttons in order. Fists should not be all the way over there. Half a second to kill you. Okay, enemy gets shot, they'll walk towards you, the direction of shot, and turn in the direction of the bullet. Ranking enemies 2 stars. Okay, that's cool. I like that. health regeneration. You got a lot of stuff going on here. I'm not going to read your bugs. The most graphics are from Kenny or were made by you. Some assets are from Construct 2 assets. I would be careful. I don't know if it is from Construct 2. They may have exclusive licenses. You may not be able to transfer that over. I know that I use a lot of Construct before. I'm not sure how that works. You need to read the license agreement. So I question mark for that. But as a developer, I would be, to trust and build trust with the people that you're, the communities you're part of and in the jams you're a part of. Be as transparent as you can. Okay, here we go. Focus. Let's play this. Immediately into the game. Oh, blue. They shot at me without even being able to see me. That's unfortunate. I have no weapons and my fists don't work. So I'm going to have to like walk up behind this guy and punch him in the back of the head, I see. So this is more assassin-y sort of stuff. The fact that they can see me through walls and stuff is a little bit of an issue for me. You've got a stray pixel going on here. I don't know if you can see that. I can see it constantly. It bothers me. I don't know if that's a marker that you forgot to get rid of. It looks like it's supposed to be in the front of the character. It's off center. So it looks like you accidentally placed it in the wrong spot. It was probably spawning on a point and then got shifted over. It probably has something to do with the trigger for pushing other enemies. That's my guess. You're using a physical object to do that. Oh, and I died immediately. So bullets don't count properly. They overstack and do additional damage to you. That little button, man, it's gonna drive me nuts. I don't like that when I pushed that guy and he blew up. It didn't hurt the other guy, but that's okay. I can see that you made the player, I think. The rest of it, maybe the soldiers too, but I think maybe that might actually be Kenny. This seems inconsistent, this one. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is the one, if you did these guys. I'm not sure what part you did. That little cube, though, is driving me nuts. Because I think that is what's happening. I think that cube is my collision box. Now I got a gun. There we go. Okay, there's no... Alright, so that guy shot me way more times than should be physically possible. There's no reload mechanic, so I can just spam. The bots have perfect accuracy. They hit you no matter what. That's a little inconsistent for me. No leaderboards. 3D is good. I see what you're going for. I like that you try to do a stealth component game. I see what you're trying to do. It looks like you really intentionally went for trying to make it 3D. Maybe that's what you spend a lot of your time on. It's hard to say for sure. There isn't any mouse control. Escape is a bad key for the menu. And that's because when you're in full screen, it always closes you out. So I cannot open the menu while I'm in your game at all without it will minimize my screen. And that's unfortunately a design mistake. I would have liked to see more. I'm curious about what happens when I increase my FPS. If you use time delta, clearly we can see that my FPS is uncapped. And now I'm losing FPS as I get shot at. But that only got hit by 2 bullets. And now I'm recharging my life. They do move back to where they're supposed to be. I lose about 50% of my FPS when I use that explosion, which tells me something's not entirely optimized, but that's okay. But I want to see if time delta, if it affects... Oh! Go back to where you belong. He won't. Alright. I do like that because of the way the mechanics work, my health will refill. So there is that. But being that these guys instant snap to me, if they're even within... You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that... Whoa! That's new. I didn't remember seeing that last time. But maybe that's what killed me. Okay, so they're like... Are these robots or something? Like, what is happening here? Oh, yeah, no, I'm gonna get rolled right here. Yeah, okay. I see what you're going for. I pick up what you're putting down. I actually can't tell if it's 3D or not, or if you used... I think you just used the 2D lighting mechanic on 2D objects. Now that I'm looking at it, I thought it was 3D before, but I don't actually think it is 3D. Maybe it is. No, I don't think it is. Now that I'm looking at, like, it's hard to tell on this one. I feel like there's some bottom shadow, but that's definitely engine doing its job. Yeah, okay, I thought so. I thought originally, at first I couldn't tell because it looked like earlier there was a slight tween on the wall, and I thought I could see the light of the boxes being hit differently. But yeah, I definitely do think this is all straight up 2D, and that's okay. A little bit of concern overall in just the presentation of it. Let's talk about this. Over 9 days, it's really hard to see and know exactly what you did over all of this. It says you made it in 9 days. I believe you worked on it every day. You might be a student. I don't know how much time you had every day. This looks like about a 20-hour project, maybe. Depending on how much time you took in that time. So, that could be 4 hours a day after school every day, whatever. There's quite a bit going on there. I'm not going to do too much judgment here because I simply don't know. I would say that overall fun and design, I feel like the design is there. I would expect this for an indie game jam. Of course, Kenny did most of the artworks there. The audio is actually okay, little loud. I like all the settings you included in your game. I feel like that was a big part of what you were trying to do. And I do appreciate all the settings and how you let us optimize. That's a lot of polish for an indie game that you don't normally see, and also some of it's unnecessary, unfortunately. You allowed a lot of player preferences and not enough time on the other polish of your game, and that took away from your overall experience, unfortunately. Graphics, I'm going to give you a 2-star. I know that you did some creativity in it. They were used effectively, the assets that you got from Kenny. Clearly, that's the influence there. It did a lot of the heavy lifting for you in terms of overall game. But I will say I did enjoy it. I like the way you used it. I like the way you used the lighting mechanics and went through that. Definitely looks like you have done your Gdevelop tutorials and have listened to the lighting tutorials that are done by Gdevelop. Looks very good. Also, Wishforge has an amazing tutorial on lighting, and most people still use that one today because it's still very valid. Originality and innovation, I'm gonna have to do a 2. It's kind of a basic stealth game with some janky shooting mechanics, and I mean that politely. There's a little jank to it. We all know it. It's okay. It's nothing to be afraid of. An overall theme, I didn't see I think the instability is the pushing of the robots. Is that the unstable element of your game? Otherwise, I am not sure what the instability actually is. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So none of that was explained, and that's guidance that you should be giving to your player. So that's user experience. That actually goes into the fun and game design part of this. So I'm kind of at this point where actually I feel like rotating your score. I think I will lower your game score, but up your originality to a medium level. I feel like this was okay and acceptable for a game jam. I will actually go into to say the graphics are also acceptable for a game jam. You are following the rules. You've done everything appropriately. I'll give you that. Fun and game design gets dinged because of the lack of holding the player's hand, giving them text to look at, improving the user's experience. And then overall theme, I'll give it 1 for instability. It's in the guns, now that I understand that. The gun shooting was already unstable. You're pushing robots around, they're exploding. I could see that is arguably unstable. Or even the story of the game we don't know about, so possibly even unstable there. Overall, I'll give it a point for me because I see what you're doing. Overall cohesiveness, no mobile support, no leaderboards, no 3D. So going back to this overall design, it's a little understandard for me for a polished enough game jam game, and that's okay. This says that you have some room to improve, but it also says that you've done you've done something. It's more than nothing. You've put effort into it. That's clear as day. It's a substandard game for me in terms of overall playability and enjoyment. Something that I would come back to and play again. Something that I will return to. Deserves almost 3s all the way across the board. I'm not saying that your game isn't worth it. I am interested to see the other mechanics, but you have to think about, is this fun? Is this fun? Is this enjoyable? What elements can I polish on that? it seems like you had a lot of really interesting ideas, but overspent your time developing on stuff that was not be seen early enough in your game, if that makes sense. So overall, I want to say overall, I have to agree with this. Your flexibility in some of the innovation and design. I'm actually going to give you one more star. I changed my mind. I'm going to adjust this to 3 stars, 2 stars. So it's just shy of a perfect 3-star score. And you know the reasons why. And the reason why I increased this is actually because of what Tobias had said. Tobias says that that the settings made it a little bit easier and they managed to escape because of how much customization you have. That's a design point element. It has so many options that I think that that's what your fault was, but also your strongest supporting thing as well. It's kind of a double-edged sword. It shows that you overspent your time, but it also shows that, it was kind of time well spent to some degree. So I'll calm down. I'll give you I think that this is, okay. That's how I feel about that. Is there anybody else that would like me to review their submission? We didn't get through nearly as many as I normally would to do today. I've gone through almost this whole menu. Oh, there's still more here to be done. Absolutely. What I will be doing, of course, I'm going to start going through tomorrow. I'm going to go through, my game is now on the list again. Don't look at it. It's scary. I want to show you guys something actually before I get off here today, because I want to reassure people who are watching. I want you to look at this. We also, you don't get unstable game. It's in the story, and I can understand how somebody else wouldn't get that. That's totally fine. I don't need to justify that. So the whole point here, right? The instability is the ship, and what we're missing here also happened to be game jankiness. But I wanted to show you guys a little bit. We pressed this to the very end. There was a bug in the end that really ended up destroying our code, and ultimately my menu isn't great. This is all my art that you're seeing. I did all the art for the project. Here's my overall comments about what's going on, black on white. I ran out of time and also didn't have much going on in terms of, I was exhausted. 48 hours of not being able to sleep and everything. And when I got into the game, when you finally get into it, this was does not look like that in my game. Somewhere in my code, I found it later. There's a highlight that I accidentally duplicated for this code, and it resizes the text, and it uses 2 different texts, and so therefore it uses a different size text, and it actually gets scaled down too far. I did that to myself. You don't see a whole lot of credits because the credits are actually in the game, but no one's found it yet because I'm dumb. I forgot to fix the credit. There's supposed to be a link to get to it. It didn't happen. And so on me, what can you assume? But we had mobile controls implemented into our game, and I disabled that. But in the last bit of the build, somehow that got included because, again, a layer didn't get hidden. Something got missed. But overall, all the textures, animations, the design elements, and all of that is all stuff that we did. And the instability is supposed to be in the ship, but of course, because no one was able to get to the actual elements of the instability, you couldn't figure out what was going on. So I totally understand that. We got a lot going on here. I'm going to digest this in the very end, but I just want people to see that when I go back to digest this, it's not like I have a glowing example of a product. Even with someone who has industry experience can fail. Okay. I don't consider it a fail because I still got something out. We did an amazing job for what we did. There's so much you didn't get to see, so many other mini games, so many other level generations. You guys didn't get to see so much. And unfortunately, that's the reality of game jams. But we've did over almost 300 hours of development between me and another person. That's why there's so much in the game. That's why the art looks the way it does. And I would love for you guys to take a review of it. Of course, note that literally every person ever who comments about my game, you know, or not this one, I didn't, where is it at? The puzzle. You know, the puzzle. It's always the puzzle. It's always the puzzle. The puzzle is where it broke. So, you know, do check it out. I hope that you do. Lots of comments going on here. I appreciate everyone taking the time to do that. You know, 25 people rated my game. I got a really bad cover. If I had a better cover, more people would have clicked on it for sure. And that's the whole mentality of like designing a good thing. Excellent design, okay design, questionable. This is pretty good. This is questionable. You know, questionable. This one I don't like. This is great. Absolutely amazing on this one. I love the way that they incorporated Starfield, Starfake. Hilarious. I love what they did. Haven't got to play it yet. But you know what I'm saying? You can clearly tell who understands that sort of mentality. This is amazing. I love what they did here. I haven't played it yet. I will be playing some games off stream because I did run out of time. But if it is a notable thing, I will come back and review it on stream tomorrow. I'm going to get through probably another 50 of these tonight. I will record all of it, so don't worry about it. But because we're running out of time, I will record it. And all those that didn't get submitted that are like, I'm going to go through and start weeding out all the ones that are like obviously that they didn't do much with. And I'm not going to do those reviews, or we just won't see them until after that video comes out. But if there is something of note, I will literally save it. I won't go any farther, and we'll do it in stream tomorrow. And I'm hoping to be done by tomorrow. Everyone, thank you so much for joining me in today's broadcast of reviewing every big game, everything in the... I like that it's every big game jam and not the reviewing every game... Big game jam? Is it Gdevelop Big Game Jam or game... Yeah, no, it's fine. Sorry, my old brain. Anyways, forgive me. My mind is spent. I've overexerted myself. I absolutely enjoy doing all of this with you. It's been 5 hours. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. Remember, everyone, stay positive. Happy game making, and I'll see you in the next video.